Okay, thank you. Welcome again to this first session of the day. This morning, we have to Robert Martijn from Rotterdam, Netherlands, and he will be speaking about a really interesting topic, which is speak your user's language, what to look out for when going global. So please give it an applause to Robin.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you everyone for coming in so early. I found it very hard to be here at 9, so I'm very happy that you took the effort to be here. We'll be diving into going global. What if you want to take your application abroad? You've built something beautiful, and you want to take it to other regions, languages, cultures. We'll be diving in all of those things. There will be a few things that you probably already know and a few things that you don't. Feel free to interact a little bit, although we are constrained on time. I'm Robin Martijn. This is one of the first times outside of the Netherlands that my name was pronounced pretty well. Thank you for that. I work at BitFactory. We're a digital agency in the Netherlands, and we build websites and applications for bigger companies and organizations, which means that globalization and internationalization is an issue that I deal with every day. I live and work in Rotterdam, a very international city, and when I'm not in Rotterdam, I'm obviously traveling. So that gives me a reason to talk about this. Before we dive into the subject, I want to introduce you to two important terms. One is internationalization. You don't have to remember what it says here, but internationalization is the process of designing a software application so that it can be adapted to various languages and regions without engineering changes. The reason I'm telling you this is because there is an important difference between internationalization and localization. So internationalization is the process of preparing your application, and localization, that's a noun, is the process of adapting that software that you just internationalized for a specific region or language by translating text and adding local specific components. Those are the two definitions that you need to know to be able to talk about this. You don't need to know the exact details, but know that there is a difference. We'll be diving into a few topics. The first one is one of the most straightforward ones. That's date formats. So this date is pretty easy. This is the 6th of November, right? No, that's clear. It might also be the 11th of June. Depends on where you are. There are three commonly used formats. Those are the three ones. There's day, month, year. There's month, day, year. And there's year, month, day. The right one, of course, is the last one, which is the international standard in a lot of industries, because it's impossible to get this wrong. However, we don't use this in day-to-day communication. Some systems use it, most don't. So this would be the date that we had earlier. This is clearly the 11th of June, 2024. However, even if you would all agree that this is the right format, which we don't, but even if you would, there would still be a lot of ways to format the same date. These are all right. What's the difference? Yes, the format. Why would you use a certain one? The local specific. So there is a difference between languages and local. So even in a certain language, you can have different versions. So these are all different locals, different regions, so to speak. And there are good ways built in PHP and WordPress to work with these kind of things. So PHP, for example, has by default an international date formatter, which allows you to give us the format that you want and the time format that you want. So the first one is the date, the second one is the time. And that will output it for every region and every language. So there's combinations of languages and regions. It will output it for every single one of them. And you'll see that it uses the wrong format, even for the United States. Second thing I want to cover is currency usage. This is one that I see go wrong a lot of times. So what a lot of us tend to do is this. We have a euro sign, and we have the amount that the product costs, for example. Easy peasy. So in euros, this would work. This gives us this result. But if we have a website that goes to different regions, we might have dollars, for example. Okay, fine. We apparently have a valuta sign, a currency sign that we have to adapt. But what's the difference between these two? Nice guess. This is the Canadian dollar. Could be any dollar. But just a dollar sign doesn't necessarily mean anything if you're operating globally. And this isn't a hypothetical situation. This is something that companies actually deal with. So Airbnb, for example, had to pay $30 million for misleadingly charging Australians in US dollars. One thing that I'm still not sure about is how many did they actually pay? I still don't know. This is an article from The Guardian that doesn't really help, since they work in pounds. Anyways, so just having that sign isn't enough. You need a clear sign there, and preferably make extra clear whether you're working Canadian or Australian or US dollars. Okay, even if you got that, then there we go. Then there are still the same differences as for the dates that we saw earlier. So currencies have the exact same issue. So these are all different regions. So even if you agree on the currency sign that you'll be using, you'll still have whole different ways of formatting it depending on where your user is. Well, of course, PHP has things built in for that. So there's a number formatter that can output currencies, and you'll get the right results immediately. And you also see that the US is once again the only one that uses commas instead of dots here. Then a subject that most of the people that go into globalization don't know before they dive into it, grammatical numbers. Is there anyone who wants to guess what that even means?
Like first, second, third.
First, second, third. No, but it's a good guess. Makes sense.
Written in text, written out in text, the numbers.
No, it's also not writing out the text in the numbers in text. We'll dive into this together. What's this? That's an apple. Yeah, very good. What's this? 2 apples. What's this? Ah, you're a good audience. That's 3 apples. So if you're developing a website or an application and somehow you have a lot of apples that you need to show to your customer, this might be a good way to do this. You have a number of apples, and then you have either a singular form or a plural form. Easy peasy. Now let's look at the way that Arabic does numbers. So there's a special form for 1 and 2. So apple, apples, and then aplo, or whatever. There's no English form. Then there's a special form for 3 to 10. There are exceptions for 13 to 99. Sometimes it switches genders. So just having a singular and a plural form doesn't make any sense. There are a lot of forms that you need to take into consideration when going global. So there's the singular versus plural form, which is the 1 apple, 2 apples form. But then there's also the singulative versus collective form. Anyone want to take a guess what that is? Like rice, yes, very good. Yeah, so there's a singulative form for something that is plural. So rice or candy. Well, in English you could also have candies, I guess, but in Dutch that works. Yeah, so there's a special form there. Then we also have dual, so there's an exception for 2. So there's 1, 2, and plural. You can have that for 3, quadral and quintal, although the last one is mainly common in sign language, which isn't really an issue in your website, I must admit. And then there's paucal. Paucal means a few. So there are some languages that have an exception for a few, let's say up to 11. Arabic has that. They have an exception for small amounts. They have a special form for that. And then there are a few obscure ones that aren't really used anymore. There is an easy way to deal with this, which apparently I haven't put in the slides, I'm guessing due to time constraints. But we'll dive into that a little bit later. Then there's emojis versus symbols. Well, especially the meanings of emojis and symbols. and we'll do a quiz game again. What's this? That's a like. Thumbs up? Okay. Could be insulting. Yes, this could be insulting. This means up yours, pal. And that's common in some areas in the Middle East. Facebook found that out when they introduced the like button. So when the Americans invaded or liberated Iraq, they were greeted with a thumbs up a lot of times, and they assumed that they were very welcome. This is what was actually meant there. A second one. Applause. Thank you. Ovation. In some countries, this means making love, since the sound of clapping. This one. That's an angel, yes. What does it stand for? Innocent. That's how I use it as well. But in China, this means death. I don't make the rules. Last one. This one is mainly a generation thing. What does this mean? This is psychopath. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Passive aggressive. Yes, I agree. This is distrustful. Yeah. This is not a good thing. Next one. Word orders. You must forgive me here, but I used some old slides. Netherlands, hey. Thank you. If I have an application that has variables in text, this is something that I see a lot. So you would have a string, and then after that string, you put in the variable. Easy peasy. But if I translate the previous sentence to Hindi, this will be my sentence. So now the variable needs to be at the beginning of my text instead of at the end. How do we solve this? Who translates here? No translate? One? Yes? You include the variable in the string itself. So you could, for example, do this. And then a translator can move the variable around. Problem solved. Nice. However, there are a few situations where you want to be extra cautious. What if I have multiple variables in my text? So how would I now move these around?
Index.
Yes, you can index them. Very good. You can give them a number. So the translator knows this is the first variable, this is the second, and then of course you define which variables mean what. And now a translator can move them around, and they can even, for whatever reason, reuse them, which is pretty cool. Okay, now I want to take you back to a situation that happened in the beginning of WordPress. So WordPress was new, and it was translated to other languages. Do you know what one of the first languages was, or the first language that WordPress was translated into? Spanish, French, Chinese, Japanese. Japanese. Very, very quickly. And it was also one of the first, or maybe even the first internationalization bug. There was a text that was similar to this. And your WordPress site would crash entirely. Why? There's a percentage sign in there. And that indicates a variable. So if you're going to work with this, please remember to escape your variables or your percentage signs by putting a second one in front of them. Word lengths. This one should be obvious, but especially in mobile they aren't. So I would have a mobile menu, looks something like this. And now I'm telling someone who speaks Portuguese to translate this, and this is what I get back. Which makes sense. I mean, how else were they supposed to do logout? So there are a few situations, a few ways to handle this. You could simply increase the width. You could use symbols. That never goes wrong. That will work. There's another situation that especially is extra special, which is Chinese characters, because if you compare the width of Chinese text to the width of English text, for example, that differs a lot. So you would see applications like this. Some people might recognize these kind of situations from AliExpress, for example, who is very, very notorious for translating things weird. China means porcelain as well. So if you're on the Dutch version of AliExpress and you want to order something from China, you'll literally select porcelain somehow. And that works. I mean, they were pretty big there. You could also simply use the entire width, but supporting text wrapping would help here. Another situation in which you need to account for the text width or the word length is not in your UI, but in general. So imagine I have a text like this one, and I Google how long may my meta text be, my meta description. And Google tells me, well, 160 characters. That way, it won't be cut off in Google. Well, I'm very happy. I wrote a text that is 159 characters, so look at me. Now I'm asking a German translator to translate the same text. I can't get a literal translation. I mean, the word Anwendungsentwicklung is already too long for the meta description. So I need to have some liberty for the translators to change things as they wish. Then there's sorting differences. What do I mean by that? Any guesses? No, I don't think so. It's alphabetical in my case, yes. This is a German alphabet. This makes sense to some people here. Yeah, the A is just an adapted A, so that's close to each other. But in Swedish, anyone Swedish? Hey! Please don't correct me if I'm wrong. You would do this, right? Yes. Yes, hey! Thank you. So that means that if in my application I have a way of going through some names, for example, this will be my German list. But my Swedish list would look different. So sorting a list should be a different process for each language. Otherwise, a German person would assume that Müller is not in the list. Right? I went to they weren't there. Clearly, they aren't here. So you need to do this differently. And once again, PHP got you. There's a very, very, very easy way to do this. It's one line more than doing the regular sort. Just sort with a collator that knows which language you're dealing with. That's all. And PHP will take care of this. However, of course, if you're working with these kind of situations, you should wonder if going through a list is the best way to find someone anyways. So you probably need a search box there as well, especially if you're going to be working with names. So names are a funny thing. I've got a few assumptions that people make about names. I've stolen them all from an article that I'll refer to at the end. So the first one is people have exactly one canonical full name. Is there anyone here from Finland? Good, then I can make something up. So Finnish people might have different names depending on who they're talking to. So your social, your friends, you might use a different name to than to your family members, for example. Having just one name isn't everywhere a thing. Another assumption that you would then make is, well, people go by at least one name, which I already covered in the previous thing. Another assumption that is made is people's names don't change. This is an assumption that's made a lot. If you've put in a name in an application, there's a good chance you'll you won't be able to change this. In a lot of applications, you can do this. So on Facebook, change your name whatever you like. People do that all the time. But if you put in a name at the bank, no way, they're going to let you change that. That's a tough thing for them. However, there are a lot of reasons to change a name. A lot. Can we name a few? Why do people change names? Getting married is a very common one, yes. Divorce. Yeah. That's also the order that I put it in. Yeah. Changing gender, yes. Going through transition, yeah. Adoption, yes. Crime, yes, yes. Very good, yes. Going through abuse might also be a good reason. Witness protection programs, yes, could very well be. Also political statements. I had a few examples, I've gotten them out. Apparently this isn't the political stage, but political statements are a reason to change names as well. That happens especially in the United States. People change their names to all kinds of things. Then there's the assumption that people's names are case sensitive, which they aren't necessarily. A name doesn't have to be case sensitive. But it also isn't case insensitive. That depends on the name. A name can be either case sensitive or case insensitive. Then there's the assumption that people's names do not contain numbers. And then I'm not talking about Einstein. Thank you. I find it very funny, sorry. But there are people who put actual names in their numbers. There are cultures where that's very normal. Elon Musk does it to his son. And then there's the assumption that people have different first and last names, which is a very, very weird assumption, but somehow there are still applications where you put in a first name and you put in a last name, and they tell you first and last name must be different. I mean, there's a whole Wikipedia page about Thomas Thomas, and this is just a way to distinct which Thomas Thomas you were referring to. This is a very normal thing. A lot of people have the same first and last name. But I still come across this. And speaking of first and last names, there's the assumption that people have last names, which they don't always. There's a lot of places where last names aren't necessarily used. And the assumption that people's names are assigned at birth. So once someone's born, there is a name. Well, no. In Iceland, you have to wait before you can register a name. Not longer than 6 months, but you have to wait a few weeks before you can register one for your child. In India, there are a lot of regions where you wait because child mortality rates are high, so giving a name before it dies would give bad luck. Jewish people, some of them wait 8 days, or Greek people wait until the child's baptized. There's a lot of situations in which a child doesn't have a name at birth. You get the idea. And then there's the assumption that people have names, which, well, clearly isn't necessarily true. This and many, many more statements come from an article by Patrick McKenzie and a few other names. He wrote an article, Falsehoods Programmers Believe About Names, really worth reading, although it is more of a bullet list than an article, so good luck figuring out why he says those things. And that's all I have for you. Thank you. I had to put in another last slide, so there we go. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Robin, for the presentation. Now we want to give you a gift on behalf of all the organization WordCamp Europe 2025, please.
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Robin.
If we have time left, I can do a few questions here.
If you have any questions for Robin, you can do it right now. If not,
Sweet.
we have another mic in that place.
We have a question here.
Okay.
In the currency part of the question, it was not mentioned,
but actually the place of the currency symbol is actually changing from language to language.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. So in German, it's after the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't point that out. It's a good point. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions here? Nobody? Well, I have prepared a question for you before the session. Well, what's weird mistake you have seen people make with names in real life?
I hope that doesn't break. There are multiple things that I've seen happening, but I gave this talk at a smaller meetup in the Netherlands, and someone came up to me later. So he had a brother who was his twin brother, so born on the same date, and with the same first letter. So if you only look at the first letter and last name and the birthday, they would be the same person. So that's a lot of hassle if you get letters in mail, for example. But he went to his bank to get a mortgage, and they came back and they said, well, you can get $1 million. Because they put his bank accounts together for the mortgage, since they're clearly the same people's bank accounts. So obviously he took that, and his brother never got a mortgage.
Right. Okay, thank you for your
Thank you very
answer.
much. Thanks for being here at 9 a.m. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, we will have a 15-minute break. So we will have our next speakers in a couple of minutes. You can please go to the sponsor booth. They have a lot of activities and dynamics for you. Also gift. So you can go there. Okay, I see new people here. Welcome to the second session of the day 2 for the WordCamp Europe 2025. Okay, how do you feel today, this morning? Did you be in the party yesterday? Okay, I hope so. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Alex Cuadra. I'm from Nicaragua. I'm part of the WordPress Latin America team. So I'm visiting you today for the volunteer, for meet the people here. Yeah, and I love the people here in the WordCamp Europe. So give you applause for that. Thank you. Thank you. So in the next session, we have Dennis Ploffner. I hope I pronounced well. And he's from Germany, but he's living in Italy nowadays. Something interesting about that he's been writing some posts in Italian in order to improve his language skills. So now he is fluent in Italian, right? So, and today he will be talk about multilingual WordPress for developers. Yeah, I love all those talk because it's something that we need to improve in WordPress every day, the multilingual, the accessibility, and things like that. So please give it up to Dennis. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Let me start with a short story. Back in 2010, I wrote a blog post about waiting for WordPress 3. So, because I felt that was like there was coming something that was really important. And at the time, or maybe a year before, I started blogging in Italian, and I felt like there was a lot of struggle to have a website really in your language, because themes were not really fully translated, or plugins did not work the way I expected it. And so I started to explore the multilingualism and to develop a plugin. So, and today, after 15 years, the situation changed a bit. WordPress is more mature, can do a lot of things, and we are still to talk about what developers can do with multilingualism. So I prepared the talk like I get you to some points that I think they are important, like starting from what is internationalization and localization, talk about the API functions, about translation files in general, and text domains, user settings, plugin territory. That's what we will talk about. So you will see some code on the next slides. And I worked on a companion plugin just to give you also the idea of how you can play with the functionality. Also like the different aspects like creating your language files and things like that. So if you take the QR code, then you go to GitHub and you will have the repository. So first things, you probably saw all these numeronyms, and you always wondered why and what is that. So it is about internationalization, localization, even globalization, accessibility, and personalization. These are the common things you see on websites. And you may wonder why do they use something like that. And that goes back to times when usernames had 8 characters at a maximum, and they started using numeronyms like that just to have a chance to get a longer name as a username. So we have it still today, and yeah, looks weird, No. So, but we will talk about internationalization and localization. You will see that we have an I that is lowercase, because then we have the L with the uppercase, so there's no overlap then having, you will understand that that's an I or an L. And internationalization, that is what we developers do. That is how we prepare our code. And so that somebody can simply say, if you did internationalization, the localization translation becomes possible. So after that, the part of the localization, that is mainly part of translators or polyglots team in our case. And so translators and product teams come in when it comes to localization. So let's have a look on the API functions. I grouped them in 3 groups, and you know probably the old Western, like the good, the bad, and the ugly. And just to get you stick to that, I prepared 3 slides with different groups of functions. So the good ones for me are they are easy, flexible, and safe. The bad ones, they are like a bit dangerous, I would say, I would state. I would also not use them. And the ugly ones, they look chunky, but at the end they are quite useful, and you can safely use them. But yeah, you probably just get the idea that they look weird. So the good ones, they are the classic __ function. You get a string and a text domain, and that brings back the translation. And then you have the _x function that takes a context. So even in you have maybe situations where you have a word that is the same, but in another context would have another translation. So you can use the function here, and that's quite helpful. And the _n function handles plural forms, and you can then give in a count, and that would decide which string is to use here. These are foundation functions, and I think they are used quite a lot. So stick to them. The bad ones, _e and _ex. Why wouldn't I use that? Because you can see there's a comment above that. If I want to have my code sniffer that would let me pass these functions without any warning and error, I have to put these comments in there, and then they will go through. But there's obviously a problem here. If you get a JavaScript or HTML or whatever malformed string, that can create problems in the output, but maybe even break your website. So I would not use them, and I would say we could safely, probably in the future, just say they are deprecated, in my opinion. Okay, the ugly ones, they look weird, but they do the escaping, and we have the __ function, but no escaping HTML, escaping for attributes, and so we can use them without having any problem when we put out our strings, and they are safe to use. So, yeah, be nice to translators. Because if you write a string as a developer, often you don't think about what another person see that string and then have to translate it. You can explain it. You can explain also what an %s is. Nobody knows in that case. You see the string, you see like a placeholder, and then you see you can just guess, like, is it a product? Is it a name? What is it? You can give a hint to a translator, so you can be nice to the people translating your things. And yeah, that brings us to functions like the, here some example. When you put in a string and you have something like D star, okay, and D stars. Yeah, you see the use of underscore n, but you see also the translator comment. And a translator can then easily, they show also these comments, they can easily understand what we are talking about. Like here is an output of PoEdit, and you see in the part on the right, in the bottom in the corner, you see the translator comment. And that's how you can help a translator. You see it also in WordPress in different ways, maybe more prominent. But in that case, it's always there. You can give the hint, and it doesn't hurt you, and it helps a lot, translator. So, we looked so far how we can provide translations of PHP. But internationalization, yeah, that is not just PHP. We have also JavaScript. And there are packages for JavaScript, and they provide functions they feel like the functions before. And so you can easily import the packages to get functions. They are an equivalent for underscore and other functionalities. And you normally would probably use the very same structure what you use in a PHP file and PHP program. So if you want to go deeper, dive deeper into the functionality, you can just go in WordPress. You will find in the WP includes L10N file, which is a bit unlucky, because the package for JavaScript is called WordPress I18N. So that's like something not clear, or it was not clear in the past, maybe. And but you will find a lot of functions in there. They are very helpful, and it's also nice to explore what you get. It's not just in the documentation. So let's look into the translation files. Translation files, the classic ones like port, which is then just the catalog, PO and MO. You know them. PO is the text file. MO is then the assembled file what WordPress would load. There are new ones like the L10N PHP, which is a text file, much faster. Can make your website really fast, and the JSON file for the translations for JavaScript. So each one is quite important, and the L10N PHP files, what I said, they are since WordPress 6.5, so it's quite new, but I guess if you load your translations, you get them automatically nowadays, and yeah, you will see it feels much faster. Also, these JSON files, they are in jet format, so they are quite easy to use. And for generating them, we have a lot of tools nowadays, like the command line, and we can just generate from a WP internationalization command. We can just generate these files, and in the companion plugin that I provided, you can see how that can easily be set up. So that is really helpful. In the past, it was like painful to generate these files. Nowadays, it's not anymore, and they are really well prepared. So before WordPress can show your translation, you have to load the text domains, which is not really true. You will see it later on. But for all the WordPress installations, you will probably have to still to load your text domain. And normally, you would just use a hook for PHP, where you can load your text domains. In the earlier days, everybody said you have to load it on plugins loaded, which is not true anymore. You have to use the init hook, because if not, you just get an error or a warning in that case. And yeah, looks not so nice in your logs if you get it for every request that you are doing. So in translation files in JavaScript, they are quite similar to load on. And you can also here define the dependencies and call them WP set script translations. And that is yeah, the way you load your JavaScript. There's nothing you don't have to invent anything. That's still like the PHP loading. So WordPress can now, since 6.8, load automatically your translation files. You don't have to do that anymore. If your plugin runs on 6.8 and newer versions in the future, you can just not load it anymore. You just give the domain path and the text domain in the comments, and that will do everything. If you have a plugin that is hosted on WordPress in the plugin directory, that yeah, works since WordPress 4.6 or so. So you could also not load manually the text domain. So in that case, something happened here, which is interesting, and yeah, you have less hurdles. So we have the website, we have some user settings. We know that we can set them, and often as developers we just forget to honor that, what a user set for us. So it is what you can see here, for example. You can put in your date format, time format, and you can just take these settings and get option date format as your friend in that case, or yeah, with the functionalities of date internationalization, you get then a nice output. There's also another function not mentioned here, that's the WP time, which works also with time zones, and but that's the way you can honor the user settings, and that's I believe a good thing to do. So you can also have a number format functions. They work similar like the PHP native functions. So, but you get the output like set for the language that the user selected. So looks it formats the prices, statistics, any formatted numbers. Nice to do. So now we come to the plugin territory, which is probably something we should talk very often, because everybody talked in the last years about phase 4 of WordPress, and that multilingual WordPress would come, and still we are in phase 3, and would have to wait for these solutions. But if there are so many different solutions for plugins, plugin developers should then have a word on that, how we should implement functionality like that. So I guess that is a thing that developers should know. We should know how these different solutions work, like here in that case, the single-site approach. It's often perceived as the simple solution. Yeah. And because you have your interface in one website, you have one database, same theme, plugin, whatever. But probably the price here is, potential performance issues. You get vendor login, because that means if you one day you just choose to not use anymore that plugin, your website will look very different when you just deactivate that plugin. So you have done the multi-site approach. That is closely to how WordPress itself works. It's very scalable. And you have the content separation. It could be advantage or disadvantage. There are solutions for that. But at the end, for many users, it seems more complex setup. It seems also that editors would have a problem with changing websites when they work on the content. And that brings us to the software as a service solutions. These are probably easy to set up, and they have probably also, they don't change any site structure or so. But it comes with also that comes with a price, like the price to host for it and the price you pay for privacy. You don't know where your websites are or where your contents really are. They could be on other servers, or they pass other servers, and maybe you don't want that. And that's less control for that part. And at the end, there is, as I said, probably not one solution, because we should discuss more about that. But if you know the pros and cons as a developer, then you can decide or help with the decision in your team what to use. And then you can see what fits better in your case and what's important for you and what's important tomorrow, maybe, like in terms of vendor login, performance as the cons for the single site, or if it's a problem that the website is a bit more complex or is maybe still less intuitive, you can also work on that, maybe. Or here, in that case, the software as a service solutions, they come with that privacy and probably a high cost issue. So when you think about multilingual WordPress, you should probably start thinking about it at the beginning, not in the middle of nowhere, and then saying, oh, we need a solution for multilingualism. Then choosing the right architecture. Then we should think about translation is not just translated and then we are done. It's also, we have to escape our output. We have to think about also about our HTML, JavaScript, and all that. And as I said before, the translators give context, help them, and test your multilingual setup often, because that is also important. It's often underestimated, but it's really important, as you know. And thank you for joining me today. And if you have questions.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, I think we have some time for questions. Does anyone have a question? No? Well, I have one prepared for you. What's one thing developers often overlook when building multilingual WordPress sites? And why does it matter beyond just the code?
Okay. Developers should also, because I said we should work early on multilingual solutions. First, when somebody comes to us and says, okay, we need a multilingual WordPress website, we should ask the person and ourselves if we really need a multilingual WordPress website. And then we should think about like, okay, there's also a price later on, support in that language. Can we really give support in the language that we have on our website? And yeah, ongoing translation costs and stuff like that. A developer should be aware of that. So like the groundwork before, that's often overlooked, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Yeah, we have a question here. Let me move there.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I don't have a real question, but I want to add what Danny said. Context. The context is very important for the translation. For example, the word order can mean something to buy or to sort. If you leave it like simple order, it's very confusing for the translators. So please use context.
Yeah,
Thank
also
you very much.
explaining it, because if you use the context function, it helps, but still a translator should understand what you are talking about. So
We have time for 2 more questions.
You were talking about the ugly functions. If it would be in your power, is there any other thing you would like to change or rename or deprecate in the current system?
yeah, I would start with these dangerous functions. And probably the ugly functions, they are escaping, which is good, and we are then aware of that. So, but these functions, they, like _e, they just print out your translation. And we normally, we don't trust user input, but then we should also not trust translator input, which is the point here, I guess. I would make them obsolete.
Thank you. Any other question here? You can complete the speaker too. No, just kidding. Yeah, any other question? Okay, well, just 1 second. Okay, on behalf of the organizing team of WordCamp Europe 2025, I will to give you this gift.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for your talk. And yeah, we have a lot to learn about multilingual process and
Yeah, you can just
working with it.
also use the plugin that I prepared and have a look and learn from it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We will have another 15 minutes break, but at 10:30 we will have in the WordPress Cafe a session about 5 for the future. So you want to know about 5 for the future? You can go to the WordPress Cafe. It's on the right. Okay. Thank you. Hello, hello. Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to this session. Are you enjoying the WordCamp Europe? I can hear you. Again, I can hear you, really. Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Alex. I'm from the Latin America community, so I'm visiting you today, well, all these days in the WordCamp. And just a couple of reminders, we have the hashtag WCEU, so you can give us love in social networks. And tell the world that you are enjoying the WordCamp, please. Then we have in the WordPress Cafe, we have a session about Fight for the Future. So if your colleagues are around here and are interested in Fight for the Future program, please let them know that they can go there. So our next speaker is visiting us from France. He is Mathieu Lemieux. Okay. I think it's okay. A fun fact is that before he started in tech, he was playing hard rock in a band. So he can talk about WordPress and music too. And he will be talking about reactive, the title is From Reactive to Proactive, Modern Observability for WordPress at Scale. So a big round of applause to Matthew, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you hear me? Yeah? All right. So hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here and for taking the time to come in here. There's a lot of people. That's good to see a crowded room. So thank you for that. Yeah, thanks. So I want to talk about how you can be on top of problems on your WordPress website and how you can move from being reactive, waiting for someone to tell you, hey, there's a problem. You go there, you check, you fix, to being proactive about those issues. And to do that, we'll talk about modern observability techniques, especially for WordPress. Before we actually deep dive into this, just very few words about me. So I'm Mathieu Lemieux. I'm VP of Engineering at Group 1 in the WordPress ecosystem. So I lead technical and engineering teams working on WordPress products such as WP Rocket, Rank Mass, WP1, Imagify. If you're interested in any of this, just come to our sponsor booth. We'll be happy to talk about those products, WordPress, Discord talk, whatever you want to discuss. We'll be happy to see you. And before joining the WordPress community and the WordPress ecosystem 2 years ago, by joining those companies, I was working in fintech. And back then, my boss always told me, hey, we're handling people's money. And you cannot do mistakes with people's money, right? It's super important. And so, and even if we make a mistake, we have to know exactly what that mistake is so that we can actually fix it quickly. When I joined the WordPress ecosystem, I had this in mind, right? And I figured that, okay, WordPress websites might not be as critical as handling people's money, but a lot of businesses rely on those websites, and a lot of users go to those websites every day. So it's important that they just work as expected. And I realized that there might be some techniques and best practices from the fintech industry that could be applied to WordPress, but they were not always known. So I thought, hey, why maybe I should share that with the community. So that's why I'm bringing this talk to you today. So what we're going to do is talk about 3 strategies, tactics, approaches that you can easily use in WordPress to get on top of those issues, to be proactive. So we'll talk about error monitoring platform, database alerting, and automated visual regression testing. For all of those strategies, I will also try to come with examples and, most importantly, tools, free open source tools that any of you could use starting next week. Really easy to set up so that you can get started and start being proactive about those issues on your websites. All right, let's get to it. First topic is moving from logging to error monitoring platform. And why do I want to talk about this first is because when I joined WordPress 2 years ago, first thing I did was like, okay, let's spin up a WordPress website. And since I have an engineering background, I started tweaking it, of course. And quickly enough, I saw this, right? I think we all saw that at some point, right? And the first time you see it, it's you're really scared because it just says, hey, critical error, no more information. What should you do, right? So you go on Google or AI, whatever. It says, hey, it's okay, don't worry. You enable the logs, you'll be fine. So you do those WP debug log, whatever. And at some point, you probably start doing something like this, right? Where you start putting error logs a bit everywhere without any sense, just to see where you are. So you do like, hello, I'm here. Data initiated, but at some point you don't have any ideas what to put. So you do Toto1, Toto2, Toto3. Yeah, you're laughing. Who did that? Whoever did that? Yeah, some of you. Yeah, don't be ashamed. All right. I still do it too, right? But if you're lucky enough, then you go to your logs and, all right, you see your hello, I'm here, data initiated, Toto1, Toto2. So hey, it kind of works. But already you start to see like weird messages you never asked for, like PHP notice, blah, 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 I don't know what this is, admin bar, I never asked for this, but okay. So here you're good, right? But that's because maybe you're on a local staging environments, everything's fine. But what if your issue is on a production website and you try to apply the same? In reality, what this will look like is most probably something like this. You get a lot of nonsense messages that you don't understand. All right, hello, I'm here, Toto1, okay, looking good. Toto1 again, Toto2, hello, I'm here, Toto1, Toto3. The order doesn't make sense anymore. Because maybe you have multiple users doing requests and you're all logging in the same file. It's a complete mess. You cannot get anything out of this, right? And that's probably what happens in reality if you're trying to debug this way. What would we want to do based on this, right? We would like maybe to be able, instead of having one large file like this, maybe we would be able to group those logs by request, right? Being able to say, okay, that Toto2 here belongs to this Toto1 and kind of, put them by request together and group them. Or maybe we want to be able to say, okay, that like PHP noticed, is this that I didn't ask for? Is this related to any of the other messages? Is that in the same request? How often does it appear? Is it every day? Is it multiple times a day? Is this just a one-time thing? You would want to have all that data. Also, if you start doing logs like this, here you just have like Toto1, Toto2. You have no clue about like the variables or what were the values at stake at that moment, and you have to write logs every time, print this data, print that data. Oh, I forgot about this one, so you add another log and so on. So you would like maybe all of those information, all that context to be captured automatically, right? And of course, you don't want to have to write your logs every time. You would like all of this to be out of the box, coming to you right away. What you would want is something that looks like this. You would want this sort of interface, right, where each log line kind of appears here, but they're packed together. So you have like a lot of like index error, key error, but you would say, hey, how does that look like over 7 days? So maybe you want a graph that tells you, hey, that error for the past 7 days is frequent, but this one maybe appears like every day exactly at 6 a.m. And oh, this one happens like almost 700 times. This one, 70. So maybe this one's more important for now. So let's look into this one. And now you want to dive into like a specific example of one of those errors. So, okay, it's a key error order. Sorry, it's not PHP, by the way, but I guess you can follow. You want to see where in the code this is, like visually. And you want to know what is data, what is resource here. You want all those variables to come to you directly, right, without having to ask for it. Just because there's an error, you want to know everything there. So all of this, right, is actually possible with tools like Sentry and GlitchTip. And what we just saw, and I'll come back to how you can actually get that, but we saw two different things here. We first saw like an aggregated view where for each type of error, type of logs, you get an aggregated view of what happened, how it looks like for the past 7 days, how many times it happened. So that allows you to understand how often it happens, maybe to prioritize, okay, these things happen like 3 times for the last 7 days, maybe that's an edge case, let's not look into that for now, but this one seems like a big one, right? So that helps you prioritize what you should be looking into. And also start of identifying the origin, right? From there, This is happening by spikes, as I mentioned, every day at 6 a.m. Maybe that gives you a hint of what the problem could be. But this one is happening almost all the time, right? Consistently. So there are different types of errors. And then we saw a detailed view. For each of those errors, we're able to say exactly in the code where this is. And data resource was, oh, the value was order. This is why I have this key error order. And if I look at data, it looks like this. Oh, there's a 404 in WooCommerce message. So quickly enough, you can understand that, hey, maybe it's just that you're looking at WooCommerce orders and you didn't handle the case of a 404. So your code just expects the API path and it's not working. So in just a few minutes, you've been able to identify what's the problem. And you didn't have to write any logs, and you just got that out of the box, right? So to do this, it's really, really simple, right? You have two things to do. First, you have to put something on your WordPress website to capture automatically those logs, errors, warnings. And the great thing, I don't know, Stay Alive, Alex Bouma, if any of you know that person. He's an amazing guy because he created this WP Sentry integration plugin. It just works. You install it on your website, and it just does what I showed. It captures all the errors, everything out of the box. This is amazing. So super easy to configure and to get started. And then you just need a place, an app, to send those error logs somewhere, right? So the good thing is that Sentry and Glitchtip both have open source and self-hosted free solutions, right? So you can just install that app on the server and all your logs, error go there, and you'll get the interface I just showed you. They also have like paid plans if you want to go deeper, but you can go a very, very long way with the free version. And the great thing is it comes with alerting features. So not only you get all that data, but you can also, you don't have to monitor that dashboard every day. You can just say, hey, let's send me an alert every time a new error occurs on Slack, Teams, email, whatever. So you don't have to care about it. It will just come to you when something wrong happens. And then you just have to spend a few minutes to understand what's wrong, fix it, and then you're done, right? So yeah, much more efficient than printing hello, I'm here, Toto1, Toto2 in your code, right? Okay, moving on to the second approach, which is database alerting. So if we just think about what we just did with the first version, with the first strategy approach, we started capturing all the technical issues, right? The bugs, the errors, the warnings. So, and we've been sending alerts. So something maybe that looks like this, right? I was talking about those alerts. You can get them from Sentry directly into your Slack, for example. But what if you have a problem on your website that has no error? Let's imagine you have like an add to cart button on an e-commerce website. Maybe you update a plugin or a theme or whatever, and that button becomes non-responsive. Like you click on it, nothing happens. Maybe there's no error, just the button, it doesn't do anything. There's no error, there's no warning, right? So Sentry or Glitchtip, they won't catch anything. There's no code running, so there's no error. But you still have a problem, right? People cannot order from your e-commerce website. So here, we capture the technical things, but what about the functional things? What should happen, but does not happen? So it could be low number of orders on your e-commerce website, or abnormal number of users that registered or connected to your website, depending on your use case, right? That's not something you can catch with Sentry and the first approach. So, but the good thing is, all that data, right, the number of sales or orders, number of new users, number of connections, this is data you actually have in your database. So let's use that. This is an example of a SQL query that we actually did on one of our products, one of our WordPress websites. And when we plot the graph of number of users, new users registering every day, it looked like this. So you have like weekends, of course, then weekdays, and wow, what happened here? You could say, hey, great, a lot of new users, you're super successful, that's great. Well, actually, that was, we released something that broke our DDoS protection. So someone was trying to DDoS us by just creating users, right? And there's no error in that, right? There's no error in the code, nothing Sentry catches, but you actually have a functional issue here. But then, you have to write that SQL query, and then you have to plot and understand, what's going on. So again, you're being reactive. You're not really being proactive. So we just have to turn this into an alerting system. So what we would like to do is to have like a task that runs every, I don't know, hours, every day, or whatever, that checks a query, like how many users get registered for the past day. And if that number is not as expected, so if it's not between 300 and 800, then I want to receive an alert, right? You want this to be, you want to be aware without having to check. So you get an email, a Slack message, whatever. We are doing this with Metabase, again, an open source tool. It's just a tool that you connect to your database and you can browse it through a nice UI, right? And there's this no-code editor that allows you from a table to directly like count by timestamp how many logins you had every day. You can, with no-code, filter this, like let's look at number of connections for the past 30 days. And on that use case, we get less than 10 every day. If you're advanced, you can also do it with SQL, right? You have the two approaches possible, SQL or no-code. So let's say in that use case, hey, we never get more than 10 connections a day. Let's put a threshold at 10 and tell the tool, hey, if it goes above 10 one day, just send me an alert. Maybe in that case, it's because someone hacked you and is getting you're getting more connection than usual, something like that. So in just like a few clicks, right, you just set up an alert, and if someday you get more than 10 connections, you'll get a Slack message. And of course, you can do that with number of orders. If you have an e-commerce plugin, you can just count the number of orders for the past 24 hours and get an alert if anything is not as expected. Again, this is completely free and open source, at least for their community self-hosted solution. You just go to metabase.com. It comes with alerting capabilities, looks like that. So like here we had an alert about failed orders, number of failed orders compared to the previous day. So maybe something's wrong with the payment gateway or something like this. And as a nice addition with all the no-code approach, it's super useful for non-technical people in your companies to also use the data. So it's a kind of a nice bonus on the side. All right. So we saw a way to capture technical problems, technical errors. We saw a way to capture functional issues, like number of orders and so on with Metabase. If you already have those two things, you're pretty well covered. Well done. There's one more thing I want to talk about because this is often impacting WordPress website. It's visual regressions. WordPress is great. You have a lot of themes, plugins. They're being updated very frequently. But I think we all have this thing when we're updating the WordPress version or the theme or a plugin. We're like, hey, okay, should I check all the pages of my website again just to make sure there's no small changes in the UI? So maybe you take the time. Most of us don't take the time to do it. And then after a few months, someone say, hey, by the way, the website is not as it should, and you don't know for how long it's been like that, right? So what you can also do is do visual regression testing. And the idea here is you define a test, a scenario. You say, okay, I want to check my homepage. I want to check it with, I don't know, a tablet or a mobile or a desktop if you have like a responsive design, for example. Maybe you want to also check what happens when I click on a menu or a specific button, right? You want to make sure that your main, your critical user path, your user journey is working as expected. You take a picture, snapshot, of what is expected of your current version. And then every time you do a change, well, you would have to go back and manually redo the same thing and make sure that your screenshot is the same, nothing changed, right? Super time consuming. If you're an agency with 100 websites, you update WordPress version, you probably don't want to do that on all your websites and check all those pages. So you can do all of that manually. Trigger alert. The next slide is super ugly. Sorry about that. But I just wanted to fit everything in one slide, right, to make it easier, but it's not nice. But yeah. All of that I just described, you can do all of that automatically super easily. It really takes like 5 minutes to set up using Backstop.js. So this is basically a tool that does everything I described automatically, and that you can run, of course, freely on your computer or wherever you want. You just run those 2 commands. They just install the tool on your computer, right? And out of the box, it comes with this backstop.json. This is the only technical thing that you have to do here, is to define what you actually want the tool to do. So here in this example, I say, hey, my test, my scenario is I want a tablet, right? So you can specify like the screen size and stuff like this. And you say, the scenario is on that URL. So this is sandbox.local. So that was a local website I just pinned up for the demonstration. And I just say, hey, visit this page with that and see how it looks. You just run backstop test, so that backstop actually does that. And then backstop approve to tell it, hey, okay, what you just saw, the snapshot you just took from that test, that's now your reference. Keep it in memory somewhere. We will be reusing that later on. This is your reference. Now, for the sake of the example, I just did a dummy change, like I changed the H1 font size, right, just for the sake of the example. But it could be here, this step could be you update a plugin, you update the theme, or you update the WordPress version, whatever change, right? And then you just run backstop test again. And now the tool automatically will say, all right, let's compare the first version and the new version. And if something changed, it will give you a report like this. You have reference, test, and diff. Diff, this view shows you like the pixel that changed. You can do the reference, the test. You see the size of the header changed. And you can see how it impacted the page. You have on the left the reference, on the right the test. Of course, you see the size of the font changed in the title. But you could also see, let me maybe play that again. You could also see that the buttons below the header, they change position, of course, because they were pushed by the new size of the header. Maybe this is not something you expected when you did that change. So this can also be a way for you to double check the impact of a visual change, right? Maybe those buttons that slightly change, right? And it's just this, right? You can run this on your own computer. You can run maybe this automatically every day. And again, it's proactive, meaning that if nothing happens, the tool will just not send you any reports. But if something breaks, if something changes, then you will get that report and you will quickly see what the visual impact is. And it's just a JSON file that you've been configuring for all your websites and pages. So you can be much more confident about updating a plugin or a version or whatever. I know that there are more and more services in the WordPress ecosystem that use stuff like that, right? Like managed WordPress solutions where they update the plugins automatically. They run a test like this one and they roll back, for example, when they spot an issue. So it's great because this is, I'm not sure exactly what they're using. I guess it's some flavor of Backstop.js, but this is something we're starting to see more and more in the ecosystem, and I think that's a great thing. So, as a summary, we've been seeing 3 different things, right? Error monitoring platform with Sentry and Glitchtip that you can use to catch technical issues. Data-based alerting that you can use to catch functional issues, right, based on your data. And finally, automated visual regression testing for everything UI related and front-end related. Just so that you understand the importance of this, I just want to share one number that we see across the tech and IT industry. There's a lot of studies from Microsoft, GitHub, or well-established tech companies, right? They don't exactly agree on the number, but the idea is that once you have a defect, a bug, friction on your website or on your app, only 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 30, depending on product, 1 out of 20 people only will report the issue to you. Like send an email, send a support ticket. So every time you get a support request or a client calling you, say, hey, my website, someone reported the website doesn't work or something like this, it probably means that already 19 people that faced the problem, but they never took the time to talk about it. And think about it, right? When you try to order something online and it doesn't work, you most probably just move to the next online web shop that you can find, right? You don't take the time to write a support ticket and so on. So everyone's like that. So if you're being reactive, if you're waiting for someone to tell you, you probably lose 95% of the users that face the issue before that. So that's a lot. So this is why you really have to move to a proactive approach. And I really hope that those techniques, you saw that they can be applied very easily with open and tools. So yeah, please, let's all use that maybe starting next week. Start to think about how we can apply that to your businesses or your use cases. And let's make the web a safer place and a better place in the end. Thank you very much. And I think we have a few minutes for Q&A if some people have some questions, right?
Yeah, we have some minutes for question. Please, John, there's a person.
Most WordPress websites are managed by some authors or bigger author teams. So a change in the content, for example, new products on the product page or a new blog article, would lead to visual regressions as well. What is your recommendation for this? Because if you exclude the complete iShelf page, you wouldn't get bugs on this page.
Yes.
And if you exclude the specific HTML element for the blog list, obviously the blog list would also be hidden.
Yes, so indeed, this is one of the main, I would say, friction for automated visual regression. It's that you have to specifically identify what to take into account and what not. Usually what you can do is that everything that's like really content related, right, like how the text look like, you can maybe exclude that, and maybe what you want to focus on is maybe your menu or your banners, or like the most impacting things. And then, as you saw, it's really easy to update, right, meaning that if someone changes the visual aspects of your website, you can just run, again, backstop approve just once, right, to update the reference. So it's really easy to do. I guess it's a fair trade-off to just get a warning, say, yeah, something changed. That's expected. I just do backstop approve, and it kind of validates the change. So I think it's a trade-off, but I would recommend going for it. And then you can do, yeah, some specific exclusions. But yeah, that's the limitation here.
Thank you. We have one there.
Yeah, great presentation, thanks. And I would like to ask about the performance of Sentry, because like I understand, this plugin is sending the request to Sentry system in the same request when the client occurs the error, on the site. So the client needs to wait to send the request to Sentry, and then the page will be rendered to them. So this is very slow, and the performance is shitty. So it'd be better, maybe there is a solution, to grab the errors somewhere in the config file, in the log file, for example, and then send some part of the errors to Sentry in other process.
Yes, totally. So this plugin, actually, if you look into what this plugin is doing, is just wrapping up Sentry SDK. So there's something developed by Sentry. It's super optimized. Of course, you have some impact on performances, but it's catching errors. So do you care about performance if there's an error and the user don't see the website anyway? So but we're running that on most of our websites. We don't see an impact on performance. Especially now, if you're using some caching plugins or things like that, right? What you actually care about are more like maybe your background tasks or when the cache updates, right? So it's not even user-facing. When PHP is running, more and more it's not user-facing. It's more background processes, and then the user gets like the computed version from a cache or something like this. So overall, again, I think it's a trade-off, but I think it's a really good one to take. We haven't seen performance issues with that plugin. It's super optimized in the way it's running. I'm not aware of any solution, but I think that's a good idea that you have, right, to kind of offload this to an async process. I'm not aware of any solution doing that out of the box, but maybe there are. I don't know. But in my experience, we haven't monitored any like performance impact, and again, the the benefit from this were pretty huge. So, yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, quick question. Regarding the visual testing, there is, as I understand this, there is a configuration for the test to be run and what to expect. And I'm curious if you can automate this, because this looks like you have to write a test, and then if something changes, like the previous, like with the previous question about the content, for example, that breaks the layout, for example, maybe the idea would be to automate the update of the tests, like with AI, for example, so you can AI generate the the long and boring stuff of writing the test, and then execute this before and after plugin updates, so that because a lot of times something breaks when you update the plugin. So maybe this is the idea, and I'm curious to know how you do this so that it is not a boring, long time, a lot like manual and boring stuff to do, and because this is why you might not want to do that, right? Because it takes time. So I'm curious, what do you do to make it faster and more maybe automated? Is there anything you can share with
Yeah,
us?
definitely. So it's not something that we completely do everywhere, but the approach that we're trying to take on this is, as you mentioned, when there's an update in content, you don't want that to run. But if there's an update of a plugin, of a version, this might be like the critical moment. So if you're into like CI/CD and maybe you deploy your websites and your updates through some sort of control workflow, maybe that's the moment where you want the automated test to run, instead of having it daily, as I mentioned during the presentation. So what you can do is, before deploying an update in your CI/CD, you take the the approve thing, like the reference snapshot, then you roll out the update, and then you do the second one, and you put that into a workflow like a CI/CD deployment thing, rather than having that running daily, right? So that for most advanced users, this is probably the approach that you can take, and we are using that in some of our CI/CD, and it works just fine. Yeah.
Thank you. I have two important announcements before. But before you go, I will to thank Matthew for his talk on behalf of the WordCamp team.
Thank you.
WordCamp Europe team. So this is for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And always you can reach Matthew in around here on the WP Cafe next when we finish this session. Okay, I have two important announcements. First one is that if you don't have your shirt, you can go to the registration booth to get one. And at 11:45, we have our group photo group. So don't miss that, because that's a really good thing about the WordCamp. So thank you. We will have a 15-minute break again, and we will back here for the lightning talks. Thank you. Hello, welcome again. Well, we have a little race right now against time because we are starting the learning talks. Okay, let's welcome to Roger Williams. He's from Colorado and he's the community and partnership leader at Kinsta. So big round of applause for him.
Oh, thank you, thank you. All right, getting started quickly here. Who here has heard of the auto rollback feature? And the caveat is before hearing about this presentation. Okay, so less than half of the room. Not a huge surprise there. This feature has not been well publicized. So first off, WordPress has a problem. Surprise, I'm going to talk about updates. So out-of-date plugins and themes cost us in a couple of different ways. So performance and security. And so we need to be paying attention to this. I have two goals in today's talk. The first one is to come up with some sort of a plan for updating themes and plugins consistently. And then I also just want us to start thinking about website security productively. A lot of the times I think we get caught up in just fear-mongering and being scared of security. We don't need to be scared about it. We can be proactive. So the bad news is most of the security vulnerabilities with WordPress are from plugins. There's some fun statistics here you can read, but 97% of the security vulnerabilities in WordPress come from plugins. More bad news, people don't like to update their plugins. So, more statistics here, 61% of infected WordPress sites are using out-of-date software. And 70% of WordPress admins do not have auto updates enabled. So the good news is that WordPress core now has auto rollback for plugin and theme updates. Yay, we should rejoice this. So this is available as of WordPress 6.6, which came out last summer-ish, 2024. And it works as part of the plugin and theme auto update feature that's been in WordPress core for even longer. So why is this important? So if you remember, the first point is security. Plugins are responsible for most of the security vulnerabilities in WordPress. And then we need to consider all theme and plugin updates as security updates. What the heck am I talking about here? This comes from my good friend Tim Nash. He's much smarter than me, so that's why I'm stealing his thoughts. So in WordPress, we have two types of updates, basically. We have core, and then we have plugin and theme updates. So in core, we have the ability to choose between updating all of core for major releases. Then we can also choose auto updates just for minor releases, which are generally security updates. We don't have that capability in themes or plugins. We only have one update option for theme and plugin updates. Therefore, we need to consider all plugin and theme updates to be security updates. Why number two? Peace of mind. If we update our plugins and we're secure, we're not going to be stressed about that. We're going to be healthier and happier. Not a minor thing to consider. And then the third reason why is productivity. If we're not worried about security, we can be more focused on why we started building websites in the first place. I don't know about you, but I did not start doing websites because I enjoy updating software. I do websites because I like to be creative and deliver for my clients. The other reasons are family. I like to spend time with my dogs. I like to spend time with my wife. I'd rather do that than worrying about security problems. And then also vacation. I'm from the US. Vacation is kind of a foreign concept to us, but my European colleagues and friends are teaching me about this concept, and so I'm enjoying it. So these are the reasons why. So how? It's pretty simple. You enable theme and plugin auto updates in the WordPress admin dashboard. So it's really two steps because two different pages. How to do it? Go to the plugins page. On the far right side, you see enable auto update. You can even do a bulk option and update them, enable it for all of them at once. This is what it looks like when there's a pending update. This is what it looks like when it's complete. You'll notice in this one, I've got a plugin that failed to update. This plugin is a test plugin. It throws an error when it tries to update, but it works for showing that this actually works. And this is what the email notification looks like. It tells you that there was a failure. It tells you what failed, but it also tells you what plugins did not fail. So pretty helpful. If you're a developer, take this information, start figuring out what failed. If you're not a developer, forward this on to your developer and tell them to get to work. Some concerns about this. So this doesn't catch everything. If you have like inline CSS that breaks and the page just doesn't look right, the auto rollback is not going to catch that. It's only going to catch a white screen of death PHP error. There's potential for incompatibility with certain plugins and themes. I've not seen any specific examples of this. If anybody has them, please make sure to report them to the plugin and theme developers, as well as submit it into core so that they can take a look at why that happened. Some alternatives is hiring an agency or a company to do the plugins. The advantage to this is very customizable. They can add features and benefits. I'm sure there's agencies in the crowd here that make money doing this. The cons are that this will have an additional cost, and it's still prone to human error, so make sure you choose the right company or person to do this. Another alternative is visual regression testing. This is a feature that a lot of those agencies might be using. Kinsta has this as a feature in a product. It checks for visual errors on the site, so it'll catch those CSS breaks. There's additional cost to this, and it may require fine-tuning. Quick recap, set core to automatically update maintenance and security updates at a minimum. Enable auto updates for plugins and themes, and check your email. It's good to have also daily backups, strong passwords, and visual regression testing. And then nice to have is protecting your login and registration pages and activity login plugins. And big shout outs. So Andy Friggin and Colin Stewart spent 10 years getting this into core. Exactly. We should be giving shouts out to them. Thank you. And reach out to them, let them know this as well. And that's it. Thank you very much. I do partnerships at Kinsta. Contact with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. Okay, we have time for this. I want to give you a gift on behalf of the organizing team from WordCamp Europe.
Oh.
Here, thank you.
Thank you.
So, we have our second lightning talk with Virginia Chambrello. She's visiting us from Turin, and he will talk, what if we choose accessibility over beauty? My history with epilepsy. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you so much, as it's my first time speaking at the WordCamp Europe. So, today I want to talk to you about accessibility for people with epilepsy. First of all, because I'm a person with epilepsy. And second, because I've attended some meetings, conferences on accessibility, and no one talks about it. But this kind of disability affects more people than you can imagine. First of all, who am I? I'm a queer person. I'm a disabled person as I have epilepsy. I'm from southern Italy, and believe me, this is kind of a discrimination in Italy, but we can talk it later. And I also work during my days as a consultant on this theme and a content writer. I wanted to start from my story because this is the topic I know the most, and because we also talk about regulation, legislations, but we need to focus on people's needs and stories. Because if we want to work on accessibility properly, we need to be aware of what we are talking of. My journey with epilepsy started in 2008. Fun fact, I had my first seizure on June the 7th. What day is today? June the 7th. Isn't it ironic? Alanis Morissette would say. But I had my first seizure. It wasn't that easy, I swear. Then I started taking medication. I started seeing a lot of doctors. I continued having night seizure, and from 2008 to 2012, I was in high school, and I was taking medication, and I was constantly sleeping. Imagine a girl going to high school, sleeping 5 hours in the afternoon, 12 hours in the night, and still has to go to the high school, attending high school. Then in 2014, I had another critique seizure, and I started a new therapeutic plan because my parents told me, okay, we have to see other doctors, we have to understand if we can do something more. And so I started my diary again, my therapeutic diary again, because doctors always tell you to write notes about how you feel, what you feel, what you remember. Spoiler, nothing after seizures. And then in 2019, from 2019, when I had another seizure while I was walking on the street, I started another kind of medication. That seizure was hard because there were like 3 years without seizures. And I started thinking, okay, it's over. It wasn't. I had this seizure, and I started the medication that, as a matter of fact, stopped my seizure. But then another friend came, nystagmus. I don't know if you know what it is, but let me tell you what it is. It is a collateral effect of my medication. I take 3 medications per day. And I started having nystagmus, and it's like a collateral effect that affects your view. So you can't view stable. After every medication, I had nystagmus for 8 hours per 3. It was like I can't view nothing. My eyes were spinning up and down, then from the right to the left. This was like my everyday life. And one of my doctors told me, you have to cope with the nystagmus. Try to live a normal life. I changed the doctor. And then I started my life in a new city. I started taking another medication, but nystagmus was there. You can't live a normal life as you imagine, because let me tell you what it is like to live a normal life with the nystagmus. It's like climbing the metro stairs and hoping not to fall. It's like zooming on the PC because the characters are too small, they're moving too fast. It's also expecting a crisis to hit at any second and being unable to write a message, to write a document, take notes. Sometimes when we talk about disability, we talk about what we know, but we don't take into account collateral effects. For accessible design, for accessible contents. And we need to take them into account because they are part of everyday life of a person. During these 17 years, I've faced several barriers, physical, social barriers like stigma. But as I started being on the web, I started having also digital barriers. And all these barriers had something in common, like the idea of making a beautiful content, engaging content, like with lots of animations, because we love animations. But I was thinking, is it worth it? Or maybe we can work for accessibility first and then beauty. In WCAG, in the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, we have 3 criteria that are an explicit reference to an element of epilepsy. The 3 flashes or below threshold, 3 flashes at the level AAA, and animation from interactions. But we have to keep in mind when designing an accessible content that these are explicit references, but there is more. You can do more. Take in mind contrast in visual representation, clear fonts for diplopia and nystagmus, legible text in a video with text, clearly visible cursors, and ability to post content with interactions, with movements or animation. I didn't invent nothing. It is called human-centered design, taking people needs and stories at first, because legislations, regulations are nothing if we can't put people's stories first. Maybe you could say, why aren't you talking about inclusive design? I have a bit of a problem with the inclusive word, but we can talk it later at lunch. This is important because we can only understand how to make a digital content accessible if we start to tell ourselves, I need more awareness about some topics, because I'm designing for these people and I need to be aware of what their needs are. I'm here today because I demand people without disability to stand out also near us. Because if today or tomorrow I can't, if today or tomorrow I can't stand anymore, because believe me, doing this for work and being an activist for this sometimes is exhausting. Who stands for me if I don't? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Virginia. Thank you so much for telling us your story. I agree, we need a change. Thank you. And this is behalf of all the WordPress community for you.
Thank you
so
much.
Now, our next speaker is Annelies. He's coming from Netherlands, and he will speak about how to prepare for EAA in less than 3 weeks. Please give it up for her.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for being here in such great numbers. Thank you, Virginia, for telling your story. I think it's very important that it's, being told. My name is Annelies, and at Accessibility Desk, or Digitaal Toegankelijk in Dutch, I mainly focus on spreading information about how you can make your products and services more accessible. And you heard it's very important to do so. I started my WordPress journey a long time ago. I got to know Remkes de Vries. He's a co-founder of WordCamp Netherlands, and he does a lot more in the community. That resulted in my first workshop at WordCamp Netherlands in 2010. So I've been around for 15 years. I love hobbies. Well, I have to start clicking. I need to remember that. 3 of them are listed. I'm a tennis player, I love board games, and I also adore cats. These are my cats. Very adorable. I love seeing them here. I'm happy to share with you how you can change the world for many people, like Virginia. Today I'm going to share more about the European Accessibility Act, or EAA in short, what needs to be done, who needs to do it, and as promised, the actual steps to prepare yourself in the next 3 weeks. Why 3 weeks? Because there's a deadline. In exactly 3 weeks from now, in every country in the EU, new laws will become into effect, which will mean that even from outside the EU, if you sell essential products or services to any consumer, they need to be accessible. There are exceptions to this. For example, when you have less than 10 full-time employees and less than 2 million turnover yearly, you are exempt. Also, if you are a B2B company and not working on consumer products, or if meeting certain criteria means your product or service will significantly change, you don't technically need to do it, but it's still important that you do. And why is that? We are very late in the EU with having actual laws and guidelines about accessibility in a broader context. While over 27% of people in the EU have a minor or severe permanent disability, we just never considered them important enough, which is crazy. Mind you, people can also have a temporary or situational disability. So it can happen to any of you at any second. That's something that people usually tend to ignore, but if you fall down and you hit your head pretty hard, it can lead to a disability. For reasons that are beyond me, we never took the guidelines for an accessible digital world fairly serious. While having guidelines for buildings, for example, is very common. Fun fact, the W3C accessibility guidelines exist since 1999. So that's over 25 years there have been guidelines, but for some reason nobody knows them or doesn't want to know them. Since 2006 there's also a convention about how we should consider disabilities, and well, we just don't do anything with it. So there's work ahead, but what exactly does this new legislation mean to you? The directive, because it's based on an EU directive, speaks of an approach that's called universal design. It's, well, sort of the same as human-centered design, but, well, at the first bit is a definition thing. Design for all is also used as a term there. All does not mean exclude people knowingly, because I have this conversation a lot of times and people say, well, it's just a minor group of people, why should we consider them? Well, because they are people, you want to consider them, right? And not just actual websites, apps or digital products need to be accessible. Basically everything that's involved in the sales process needs to be accessible. Makes sense, right? Because you can't make only your shopping cart accessible while the rest of your website and processes surrounding your sales product work like crap. So you need better processes and internal expertise and documentation. Your personnel needs to be trained, etc., etc. So it's a whole thing. It's a lot. I do need to give you some warning, or at least a note. I'm not a legal advisor. What I'm saying is very generic. I also already mentioned a few exceptions. There might be more exceptions. So it might be also slightly different in your own country because of interpretation of this directive. So please find legal advice. That's my unofficial step 1. So these steps are not a one-size-fits-all. I'm going to share them. I'm aware that some of you work for clients, some of you might be a client. I hope you can appreciate the effort to make it as widely usable as possible. And well, I have prepared first a list of the things you don't have time for in the next 3 weeks, but there are things that you need to do in the end, but it could take up to 1.5 to 2 years if you're doing it, well, greatly. For everyone, it starts with homework. You have to read upon what is this exactly about and what rules do I need to follow. Then there's the scoping. This is about checking which department, manager, flows, apps, websites, anything is affected. After that, make it more specific by doing a thorough inventory of everything that needs to comply in the end. And then you'll have to have some support internally, maybe externally. Go find it, because without it, anything you do is probably doomed to fail. And also seek support from people with actual disabilities, because they are the people you're doing it for, and they have expertise in how the world works for them. You also need to get a baseline, so get quick scans or audits in. Make a plan of approach, and with all you've learned, make it an actual long-term project. So get budgets, make a planning, and then keep working on it. Basically forever, because it's not something you do and then you stop and then it's fixed. It's a continuous process. And then also make sure you can report it to supervisory authorities, and also translate it into internal policy. So find out what works and who needs to do the work. This is a very short list in the end. Obviously, I could add many, many details, but your situation might require more comprehensive consulting. So in any case, if you start, find the right experts to help you with these steps, because, like I said, it's a lot. Now, you can't do all these things in 3 weeks, can you? You don't have time, but still no panic, although I would love it if you panic a little bit and then just start doing things. Because without a little panic, nothing happens. There are a few helpful things you can do, in my opinion, which will help with compliance, but it will also start helping actual people. So authorities will probably not start sanctioning you like from day one, but that's also an opinion. It could be that the authorities in your country are like, okay, let's check everything and everyone, and they will send out warnings. I'm not sure. To get to the point, for agencies or designers, because I've split them up because I don't know who you are, it's up to you how proactive you want to be in this. So fact of the matter is, you can lose business if you can't make accessible designs or websites, because your clients will start asking for it. Please ask me about the right tools later, because I don't have time to get into that. But there are many great tools out there, like extensions for in your browser or plugins for WordPress. There are a few present here. Equalize Digital is downstairs in the sponsor area. I can recommend that one. The organizations that want to hire you will need to have proof that you are able to make accessible products. If you already built the parts at some point, you can make blocks and you can make them accessible and you can reuse them throughout your clientele. According to the accessibility guidelines, that's what they need to comply with. It's easier to either keep your business or create new business. So there's, work to be done and there's opportunities. I mean, who doesn't love a good opportunity? So if you are an organization, the first step seems obvious, but blindly going in will cause a panic within your organization. So find out if you need to comply and in what way and what needs to be done exactly. So make a list of everything that you own or has product owners and that are under your control. In regard to the second one, make someone responsible for digital accessibility. Actually paying someone to get things done sends out the message that you find it important. So this is the one for owners or managers that are in control of hiring people. So it will make sure people take it seriously and things will get going. This person can find ambassadors inside and outside and other enthusiasts to help. The last step is one you might need for compliancy. Even if you're not fully accessible yet, you need to explain to people and maybe your supervisory authorities what your status is in terms of accessibility and what you're going to do to fix it and when you're going to do that. And you need to keep that updated over time. I don't have time, unfortunately, for a more in-depth explanation. I can talk about this for hours, as I did last year at WordCamp the Netherlands. Took me 5 more minutes than I was allowed, but still. You can start after this weekend by taking the first steps. Without having started, you will never reach the finish. I mean, I don't know if there are runners in here, but if you take part in a competition, well, you have to start. One thing I want to add, and I already said it, it is about people. It's not about legislations or laws. So even though you might need to comply, I think you should in any case work on accessibility. Even if you don't need to, you should want to do this. Virginia told her story. There's so many out there that have similar stories about different disabilities, and you cannot see it. You might not know it. You might even have them within your own company and might not know it. So you're affecting real people's lives and you're improving it. So you can actually change the world. Remember that. If you're still hesitant about what's next for you, come find me at the WordPress Cafe, and I'm around all day. There's also other people that can help you. There's Elvira somewhere in the back, and there's Rian here. They also know a lot about accessibility and about the right tools to get started with it. So, well, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne, for your talk. And this is in behalf of the organizing team and all the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask you something before you leave. I want to a big round of applause for all those 3 speakers that shared their knowledge today with us. Thank you so much. And if you go outside, you can participate taking our group photo outside. So, and then you can go to lunch.
It's on behalf of WordCamp Netherlands. Hi, if I can have everyone's attention for a second, especially if you're from the Netherlands. My name is Daniel. I'm a volunteer for WordCamp Netherlands this year. What we want is to have a group photo of all people who are from the Netherlands and attending WordCamp Europe this year. Full disclosure, it is to promote WordCamp Netherlands, but we would appreciate if you'd be there. And as we say in the Netherlands, if you never strike, you'll always miss. So, see you there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
you. Okay, tell us more about Oliver. And okay, I'm gonna say something like, okay, ask you about him, and then can you explain us about the talk? So you can explain the talk. You know, the last part.
Yeah, that's the last part.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you a question after that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Let's go.
Next time? Yeah. Oh my God. Hi everyone. How are you? Do you enjoy the lunch? Perfect. Come on, give me some energy. If I say, yeah. Perfect, perfect. So welcome to the last round of talks. I hope that you enjoyed them. And to this afternoon is going to be great, so I hope that everyone stay in track number 2. I'm Vanessa Martinez, and I'm going to be your MC. And today with me is Rashi. Rashi is going to tell us more about Oliver. Can you please tell us more about Oliver and yourself as well?
Sure. Hi everyone, I'm Rashmi Nagpal. I'm a machine learning engineer at Patchstack. And today I have an incredible opportunity to introduce my fantastic boss standing there, who is not just my boss but a very genuine mentor as well at Patchstack. And he makes sure we have all the resources we need for our work, which includes multiple rounds of having espresso martinis.
You are so lucky, guys. Great.
Cheers to espresso martinis.
Amazing.
And apparently, he is fascinated by eels.
Yes, what's the story?
And he was also the part of the Estonian government, actually army. You know, many moons ago, he was leading their cybersecurity team. And he was being awarded a Medal of Honor by the government of Estonia. Isn't it super dope?
It is. Can you please give him a round of applause, please? Excited. Okay, amazing journey. Can you please tell us more about the talk, what he's going to talk about today?
Sure. So today he will talk about CRA, which actually mandates organization to make the vulnerability management lifecycle in their workflow. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together and give a big round of applause to my boss and of course to the mentor of so many cybersecurity professionals out there, Oliver Sill, CEO of Patchstack.
Woohoo! Have a good time.
Hello. I was told not to cross this line because then my face will be there. But apparently it already is. So, hello everyone. My name is Oliver. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patchstack. I've basically spent my entire life on working on security, hacking and defending, and both sides of the story. I built a communities in Estonia, hackerspace, co-working space, so very much kind of like focused on the community building, and that's what we've done in Patchstack as well. We have a community of over 2,000 ethical hackers that help us in securing WordPress. That's what we've done for the past, I think 8 years already. So it's been a journey. So how many of you even know what Cyber Resilience Act is? Yes, except for the Patchstack. Oh no, 5 people. So actually, this is the hardest slides I've ever had to do because this is not the topic for 20 minutes. But I think it's very, very important that everyone knows about this, and I think people need to read more about this as well. So you're going to get some homework after this talk. So I know some people are going to hate me immediately that I say that this is like GDPR, but it is kind of like, for me at least, to be able to like make you understand kind of like the magnitude of it. So it's not just like a small, tiny new law that is being passed. But it was passed already, so it was passed in October 2024, and it essentially regulates the security of products with digital elements. And what is the product with digital elements? It is a website. It is, a plugin. It is WordPress core. It is essentially everything that you can offer to a customer or anyone, or make available in the European Union to users, which is, in a sense, a digital product. The main obligations of that law start from 2027, with an exception of early obligations that already start in 2026. And some of the things are, for example, vulnerability handling. So if you're, for example, a plugin developer, how do you handle security vulnerabilities if someone finds that? All of this is going to be part of that law. So who needs to comply? I really like that if you read the Cyber Resilience Act, one of the first things written there is like open source software is excluded, but it's not. Free and open source software is not excluded, and there's a separate term for that called stewardship, which we can talk about a little bit later as well. So if you have any users in the European Union, so it doesn't matter if your company is from the States, if it's from anywhere else in the world, if you are making your product available to the European market, you need to comply with the Cyber Resilience Act. If your product has any commercial element, let's say, for example, a pro version, but that is also, the wording commercial in the Cyber Resilience Act is interesting as well, because it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to make money, but it also means that if you have a commercial intent with your product, let's say even if you have like you're pulling data from your free product and then making, using it for ads or anything like that, it also basically means that your product is commercial. And yeah, like, is it maintained by a commercial or like a legal entity in general? Or if it's like completely open source, but it's intended for commercial activities, which WordPress is. So this is an inception, because this is a slide inside of a slide. I hope you like it. Essentially, this is like just a way how to kind of like understand whether you're going to basically be affected by the Cyber Resilience Act. So if you're like completely like offering like or like contributing into free and open source software that is completely just like GitHub, a project of your own, then you're most likely not going to be in scope. But as soon as you're providing any kind of commercial activity to it, or in a very broad sense, as I mentioned, or if you're directly monetizing the project, you are going to need to comply. And why I wanted to show that is because it's important, because Cyber Resilience Act is essentially putting everyone into two categories, which is manufacturers and open source stewards. And there is going to be a slight difference in terms of how they need to comply. So let's talk about who the manufacturer is in the eyes of the European Union. So there's like basically like a big this text from the legislations actually, and the PDE means product with the digital elements, and like so essentially anyone who is manufacturing or marketing such kind of products are essentially considered manufacturers. Let's take an example. So a company or an individual building WordPress plugin that has a paid version or a free version that collects data which is commercially beneficial to the owner. So essentially, even if you have a free version of a plugin, but it is commercially beneficial to you, then you need to comply with the Cyber Resilience Act. Then there is an open source steward. So for example, a legal person that is, whose purpose is to essentially maintain and support an open source software. So it has to be like a legal entity on top of that. And an example is WordPress. Even though we have some questions about that, because we don't necessarily know who is the actual open source steward in the WordPress ecosystem. Is it really the WordPress Foundation at this point or not? So this is a question I think we need to kind of like solve as well. So what is going to, the roadmap to Cyber Resilience Act kind of like look like? This is very, very simplified, but essentially there is going to be phase one, which is the deadline is for 2026. So I'm telling you, we have like 1 year, and we are all very, very late already. So the first things, you need to manage vulnerabilities. So vulnerability handling is part of the first phase. So managing vulnerabilities, so does your website have a place to report vulnerabilities to? Does your plugin have a place where to report vulnerabilities to in a very clear manner? If there is a vulnerability, do you have processes set up so you can notify the European government that there is a vulnerability? So the European government actually created their own vulnerability database, which is essentially managed by ENISA. So you need to like report the vulnerabilities in hours to them if it's, for example, exploitable vulnerabilities. You need to also inform your customers. Do you actually even have a communication channel to your users, which is also a problem in the open source ecosystem. If you just build like a plugin, do you have actual, contact to them. And SBOMs, yes, I don't know whoever was in CloudFest from here. There was a project that was called SBOMinator. Yes, big applause to this team. So they were already starting to work on basically bringing SBOMs into the WordPress ecosystem. So this is something that is going to be important as well. And then the second phase, and this is something that I cannot put into a slide because that involves so much more, is to essentially have a risk-based approach in general, security by design of your entire product, transparency, and you need to have the CE mark that you've maybe seen on physical products that are produced for European markets. We now have to have CE marks for our websites, for our plugins, for the WordPress core. Everything needs to have a CE mark, and depending on how there's essentially different types based on how the importance of the software or like the criticality of that software, and you might actually need to have a third-party regulator to give you the CE mark. Don't care about it, no compliance. Well, this is the scary slide. This is like, we're gonna take all of your money slide. That's how European Union makes money, by the way. So if you don't comply, European Union is gonna make a lot of money. That is essentially the story. And it's very similar to how GDPR works. Like it's either 2.5% of your total global turnover, or it's up to like 15 million euro, whatever is higher, basically. So this is the fines that we are talking about. There is a website, I don't know, Nestor, do you remember what the website name was for the GDPR tracker, fine tracker, I think. Yeah, so there was essentially there's a website that is tracking all of the fines that are being done for the GDPR. So we're going to see a similar website, I think, tracking all of the fines that are going to be in the CRA. Something that I want to mention: GDPR is so much easier to make a straight face and say I'm compliant with it, and actually not being, and so nobody can come and point a finger at you and oh no, you're actually not compliant, you're going to get fined. CRA is going to be very much harder to make a straight face and say that, hey, I'm providing this product to the European market, and I'm compliant, and then actually you're not, because you can immediately tell if you're not compliant or if you are compliant. So I think it's going to be much, much easier for the European Union to start actually penalizing, for the non-compliance of Cyber Resilience Act compared to the GDPR. It's just something to keep in mind. So let's give some homework for the ecosystem. So plugin, product companies, plugin developers. Actually, this applies to agencies as well. But ultimately, what I focused here is on plugin developers who are basically building digital product, which is the plugin. You really need to get vulnerability management and reporting in place. This is also very painful for us because we, as a company, as PatchStack, we deal with a lot of vulnerability reporting in the ecosystem. And it's so hard in many, many cases to report vulnerabilities to the plugins, which have completely no contact information available. This is just eating up our time, the security researchers' time. This is eating up the plugin review team's time, who is doing amazing work and just hacking through all of that. We need to have basically a standardized process of just being able to report vulnerabilities where they need to go. You need to notify your users of vulnerabilities. So this is all of the stuff that you basically need to have set already in 1 year. You have to have that basically set to be compliant. And of course, notify the information to ENISA, and prepare your SBOMs. You don't need to share the SBOMs with the public, but you need to have the SBOMs available if someone basically is coming to ask for that. So you need to have, you need to prepare them, and you need to have them. And right now, in the WordPress ecosystem, we don't even have products to generate the SBOMs, and basically in 1 year, everyone needs to have them. So we really need to speed those things up. And I think overall, just read about CRA. It is super important that everyone reads into this, because there's so much information still that is, even for me, on these slides, this is the tip of the iceberg. And for the WordPress and for the foundation, there are some things that in the current setup is actually not possible for the plugins to even be compliant. For example, Cyber Resilience Act is basically asking all software vendors to release security updates completely separately from the functional updates. right now it's not possible to tell whether an update is actually, a security update or not in the WordPress ecosystem. And everyone is kind of like baking them together into a single release, and then everything is, kind of in one thing. This is going to be non-compliance. You need to have separate security updates, and they need to be marked as a separate security update. So WordPress.org, for example, definitely needs to have some sort of like a flagging where, to basically separate regular updates from the security updates. And yeah, we need to probably ask plugins to already start adding their, vulnerability reporting information. So WordPress, .org on the plugins kind of like a repository. It also needs to have a place where, potentially someone like a security researcher or someone could basically report the vulnerability to. That helps plugin developers to become compliant faster. And something that is that I mentioned is that Cyber Resilience Act is putting basically into two categories, manufacturers and open source stewards. So for the foundation as well, the question now is who is going to be that steward? We need to figure that out because we don't have much time. So something that, let's say, WordPress is going to be an open source, so if the foundation is going to be the open source steward for WordPress.org, then Cyber Resilience Act is going to have guidelines for governance. And the governance guidelines are actually coming from that law. So this is something that WordPress is not currently compliant with, and this needs to be solved as well. So this is homework for the entire ecosystem to read into this, but there is work for every one of us. And that's it.
Amazing. Amazing, Oliver. You have a question.
Yes.
Do we have time, right? Yeah,
we should have time.
We should have
I tried to speed run through it so we could have questions.
Perfect. Yeah, you are the winner.
You probably guessed I was going to ask a question.
Yes.
Or it's not a question, but I mean, I want to.
I wish you would be here actually, but
Yeah, sorry, I can come up. No, it's. I mean, really, thank you for this great presentation. I've been going around to a lot of people saying, "Oh, CRA is a lot worse than you think." You're the first one who's actually shown how important this is for all of the CMSs. Right now speaking, I represent Typo 3, Drupal, and Joomla, and the effort that we are doing through the Open Website Alliance to find a CMS-wide standard for handling the CRA stuff. And we really want WordPress to be in on this as well. So
WordPress needs to be
on
this.
Really.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add, you mentioned the GDPR versus CRA. I think one important difference is that GDPR was, it's the customer that pushes you to be GDPR compliant. When it comes to the CRA, the customer isn't going to care that much, but it's going to be a cost that you have to take and that the customer isn't going to understand that you have. So that's an important difference that we have to deal with in, I guess, marketing and communication. It's also, you're also commercial if you do support services, even if you
accept donations as well? I also accept donations?
No, donations is a special thing, unless you make a profit. There's standards being worked out on how that can be handled, but donations seem like something that you can actually still receive to some degree anyway. Yes, S-bombs, keep them tight to your chest because we're seeing reports now about the potential of S-bomb trolls that will sue you for money just because they find issues. Yeah. It's a software bill of materials, so all of your dependencies and their security status.
Yeah, it's like, I liked how this was explained at CloudFest by the Spominator team. I love that name. It's basically like if you have a cake and you have like ingredients of what that cake is made of. So that's the document.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your talk, little talk. We have, do you want to make a question? Perfect. Here, we have two questions. Can she please go first? Because she's closer. There, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for your talk.
Perfect.
So we're an agency in France, and we're specialized also at the intersection, basically between web development and compliance, and a variety of topics related to electronic invoicing and VAT regulation, digital accessibility, GDPR, etc. So basically, based on what you said, like my understanding is that WordPress itself should have an improved review process for their WordPress directory, and maybe certain plugins that are compliant with the new regulation should have like some sort of certification label, whatever.
It's a CE mark, basically, like you have on the even like physical products.
Yes, but today I think the WordPress review process is like very scattered, and that's why one of the reasons I think there's just such a variety of vendors that interpret different legislation differently, and goes in line with what you said. So, in your opinion, how would you improve the process, the review process, and is there any actions that can be done on the part of the community to facilitate this process and to push forward these changes in the review process for the directory? Thank you.
I think the directory needs to take into account that like the Cyber Resilience Act is going to be something that is going to affect everyone in the community. So it should be kind of in their benefit to essentially make it as easy as possible for everyone in the community to become compliant. And that is important to include that processes into the repository as well. Like as I mentioned, the repository should already show the information where to report vulnerabilities to, maybe even automate parts of that security process, maybe also help generating SBOMs for the plugins that are present on the repository and so forth. Like all these things, like the more the distribution can basically solve these problems for the community, the easier it is going to get for agencies even like you down there. Because if you are basically selling a website to your customer, this is a digital product. And that means that all of the plugins that you use in that website, including WordPress core, need to have a CE mark. You cannot even use plugins then anymore to sell it forward, because otherwise your own product is going to be non-compliant. So this is going to like a tree basically go into those layers. So it's going to, and again, we have 1 year to do that. So.
Thank you.
Perfect. Sorry. Just one. It was the same question. Okay, we have just one more question. So you are the winner. Yes. It's because we are pretty short on time, so just a little one, please.
The website you were asking for was enforcementtracker.com.
Oh, enforcementtracker.com. You can see how much people pay for GDPR fines.
Well, one more question, because that was very short. In case someone wants to ask something, no one?
If not, I'm going to talk about eels.
Yeah. Okay, but they are going to be in their booth if someone needs to talk with Oliver. So you are more than welcome to stop by. And he's going to make the last question. Perfect.
You said as a plugin developer, I have to notify my users. But if the plugin is installed over WordPress.org, the plugin repository, I don't know who my users are.
And that's your problem.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't make the law, but it is going to be a problem. That's what I said. Like you need to have a way how to notify the users of vulnerabilities.
Do you think WordPress.org, the plugin repository, could deliver such a feature?
It could make your life definitely easier. And I think yes, WordPress, the repositories need to take more action in that sense. Yes.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. So now, please give him a round of big applauses. Thank you so much, Oliver. And also, from the WordPress community, the organization team is giving you this little souvenir. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, thank you for joining us. Remember the after party, everyone's need to bring their budgets. No budgets, no party. Hi, everyone. How are you guys? All good? Can you please, more energy, come on, come on. Give me a round of applauses, please. That's awesome. I hope that you are enjoying WordCamp Europe 2025. We are in the last talk, so thank you so much for joining us in the track number 2. And I'm gonna present you the next speaker. Is an amazing person. We're talking with her, and she's Ellen Wauer. She's visiting us from New Zealand, and her talk is going to be why blog themes make WooCommerce a better store. So please welcome her with a round of applauses. Enjoy.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I didn't expect so many people to be in the room at this hour of the event. So thank you all that you're showing up here and spend this 30 minutes with me. I do have a little bit of time scheduled in the end for Q&A, and I think we have the WP Cafe that we can all move into, so I will move right after the talk up there to continue to chat, because I really want to connect with all of you and use that time to come together and talk about WooCommerce and blog themes. How are you all doing in this? It's a cool event, right? Okay. For everyone who doesn't know me, I'm Ellen, and I'm just very grateful and excited to be here and to get that chance to talk to you and to connect. And I want to talk about blog themes and WooCommerce and why I think there are many reasons why they can really make your WooCommerce store better. And you may be wondering why I'm so passionate about that topic. And first of all, I work for Automatic as a product manager, and I'm responsible for WooCommerce blogs, for patterns, and we are building a blog theme for WooCommerce that is coming in its first version next month. And I'm really excited. It has been work I've been passionate about over the last month and starting last year, and I'm just really excited. And I want all the feedback from the community, from you. You have to test it and let us know, because it's not a flashy theme we put out there. It's really for you, and we just want to have a foundation, a blog foundation for WooCommerce, because I think that has been missing, and we got that feedback, and then we can continue to grow together on that. So I also have been building themes for many, many years, so maybe some of you know me from those days. As a co-founder of Elma Studio, we blogged about WordPress and built themes. That's kind of who I am. So before we dive into the topic, I want to see who has built a blog theme and a WooCommerce store with a blog theme. Maybe you raise your hands. Or who has built a theme? I know some of you have. And who has built WooCommerce stores with classic themes? Okay, that's a lot more people. Maybe you can relate, everyone who has not touched blog themes, but built with classic themes, that yes, they are popular. We have had them for many, many years, but it can be a little bit of a frustrating experience to build a store on a classic theme, I think, at least from when I tried. It's just difficult, just the setup of classic themes. It's difficult to get, especially from a design perspective, to get your front-end site to really look how you want it and to tweak it and to make it your own. It's just not really set up for that, I think. And I come from a design background, so I always want the visual experience on the front end for users to be really, really exciting. And I think classic themes come from a different era, and it's not really what they were meant to be for. So with classic themes, we have a lot of times this situation still, and so the customizer, it's still out there. A lot of classic themes are really popular still, especially for WooCommerce and e-commerce sites, and you have the customizer settings, and you can go deep and deeper into multiple levels into the customizer, and there's a lot of
changes you can make depending on the theme author and what they have built. And most of the time, you don't even see where your changes apply. You just go into the layers of settings, and it's quite repetitive. This is like just a few settings, like maybe 2 or 3% of setting options from the Astra theme. And I don't want to judge any theme or any solution. I think as long as we all use WordPress, we are great. But yeah, I think we can improve there from my personal perspective. I don't think it's very user-friendly and very visually appealing, and it just has limitations because it can only be whatever the theme author put into these settings. It's just limited from my perspective. Yeah, and I think we can do better, and there is a better solution, but I know what you're going to say now. Why don't we just use a page builder? They have everything, they have been around, they are popular, and I hear you. I know that many of you love your page builders, and you're building with them for many years, and I know that they are popular because they did fill a gap when there was another solution to build something visually. And yeah, there's a purpose why they are so popular, or like why they became so popular. And their blogs and blog themes or any of this wasn't really a solution. And for e-commerce, even I think we were even behind that, because yeah, it's even less possible to build a site with blogs in e-commerce. But I think these page builders, while there's a purpose, and I, again, don't want to judge any solution, I think we can all come together and build from whatever point we are coming from, and it doesn't really matter as much. But I think the drawbacks for me personally always were, again, a visual one, that they put another layer of a UX experience on top of WordPress, and it just feels like a completely new software. And you have to learn it, and just feels a little bit disconnected from me. And there's a lot of things in these page builders, in settings, that we don't really need, I feel. It's bloated, and from that bloat, a lot of times it can be that it slows down your site. So next to the UX experience, I think performance is a problem. And then I always wondered, like, if I have a core solution and blogs and blog themes are in core, why install an extra plugin if it's not really necessary? So from the very beginning, my attempt was always, like, if I can avoid a plugin, that yeah, I will try to do that, even if I maybe have to have a more minimal design, or yeah, just need to compromise a little bit here and there. So let's compare classic themes and blogs a little bit with some key points. So classic themes, okay, it's a little bit provocant to say they're slower, because it obviously depends on what I have installed, what hoster I use, what plugins I have, which theme, so it can't be like generally, but because blogs and blog themes are just more modernly built, and they're built for speed and performance, just come from a very different era, I think we can say that classic themes normally are slower. And yeah, they are very developer-centric and not design or visually centric. They just, yeah, they're just, I mean, we have widgets, we have the customizer, it's outdated, let's say it. And I think, yeah, we can do better on that. And the UX experience is, from my perspective, outdated. Yeah, so comparing to blog themes and why they are newer and don't have as many years of us building with them and for them, I think they are more flexible, like visually, they're just more user-friendly experience. I know there's a learning curve to them, and many people complain that they're not user-friendly, but once you are putting a little bit of effort into that new learning experience, I think really they are quite user-friendly and fast, and you can edit every tiny detail on your site, and I think that's just, yeah, really, really cool. I can go in every detail, and with blogs, like, tweak around things. I can go into the templates visually, and for e-commerce, that's really cool. I have an example I show you in a little bit. And yeah, they're fast, and just one argument that is, I think, very powerful next to the speed is they're built for the future of WordPress. We are building for blogs. This is what WordPress is going in the direction we are going to. So why not support that and work all together on that goal? And I personally feel it's really, really cool goal to get there. I love blogs. So yeah, I think in general with the site editing and being able to edit every detail in the editor, not in theme files, you don't need to ask someone, you can do it yourself. It's really that they give a lot of power back to merchants and store builders to tweak different areas of the site. And I know some of you say it's too much freedom, too much that the blog themes offer, but there's a log functionality, so every detail you don't want to be edited, you can log it, and I think that's really cool. And I always think that users or merchants for stores, they can handle more than we can think, like we give them credit for. So I think giving the power to them and educate people how cool it is to be able to edit your site is quite a good approach. I always love that, instead of like covering everything up and saying they can't handle their own site. So let's not just hear my voice of why I think blog themes are cool and they're a great solution in 2025 to get started or to use for WooCommerce. I asked Bo, the artistic director of Woo, to share his thoughts of what he thinks of blogs and blog themes. So I want to share that quote, his quote with you. And just read it. And I maybe get some water to not hustle here. So he shared that blogs allow merchants to have more control over the shopping experience on their store and allow for a level of node code customization that wasn't possible before. Adopting some of the related technologies, the interactivity API also allows more dynamic shopping experiences and fluid interaction that modern shoppers expect. Being built natively on WordPress, fully adopting blogs, stay aligned with the shift towards complete visual customizability and store experience, all the way from the general layout style to individual elements. There's work to be done around adding more granular customization options, but we are laying the groundwork to go to moving forward, continually unlock new ways of merchandising and building commerce experience. So yeah, that is really powerful, I think. And yeah, blog themes are really giving a lot of power to builders and to just everyone who is in the editor in WordPress and is not doesn't want to touch the theme files. And yeah, you can just drag, drop, like play around. You can customize templates. It's really, really cool. And for anything related to colors, fonts, and blocks, like buttons, you can go into styles and get your own foundation of style components that you want in global styles. So if you haven't tried that or think you maybe tried it in a while, haven't tried in a while, it's really come a long way and it's worth trying it out again. I have a little bit of an example. So we are building the starter blog theme for WooCommerce, and I just wanted to show the single product page and how cool it is. You can go into it, you can change your layout however you want it. You can also duplicate the single product page and create different looking product pages for different store categories, which is just really, really cool. And you don't need to go into any kind of theme file. You don't need to hack or hook anything. It's all very visually there. And if your blog theme comes with a lot of patterns, it's really, really cool what you can build and how you customize. And what you're seeing there is really just the start. We have, I picked up the work on Woo blogs, and we are really ramping up, going from basic to more detailed solutions, like a slider in the product selection block and picking up the product gallery to make different layout options. So if you have wishes or feedback there on these areas, or the add to cart button and styling for the variations like the chips and thumbnails or layouts that look like anything you see on different kinds of sites, please share that feedback with us, because we are working on these blocks now and continue to improve that. So yeah, I think that it's really, what I want to share is it's really, you can give your store a complete makeover by installing an e-commerce block theme and making it your own without touching any code. And I have another quote to share. I asked Beatrice, who is the designer, so she doesn't like code, she's a designer. So I asked her, she designed the Woo starter theme, and I asked her what she thinks is why block themes and WooCommerce are a great combination and block themes are so cool. So from a designer's perspective, as a designer who doesn't code, block themes have been a game changer, allowing me to bring my vision to life, designing and building directly in the editor with control, freedom, and precision. They are the right direction for WooCommerce because they give everyone the ability to shape their entire shopping experience visually without needing to write code, making it easier to stay on brand, iterate quickly, and create polished, flexible storefronts from start to finish. So I think, yeah, from a design perspective or a visually thinking person, I feel it's really, really exciting that we can go into the store templates, in the order confirmation template, all these details you can touch and you can make it your own and you can customize it. Even coming from a theme, you can customize it to your own template, and it's not going to be updated with the theme. You can make it really your own. So coming to the next big topic of why these the block themes are so great is performance, and especially for stores, this is very, very important. So I quote this kind of common knowledge that 53% on mobile site users will drop if the site loads slower than 3 seconds. That was, I think, a Google study, and I think I researched on desktop, it's still 40% who drop out. So speed is really, really important. Yeah, for e-commerce, speed is sales and every second counts. And if block themes load faster and you can get more better performance out of your store like that, then it's really worth looking into that. The other huge advantage is for WooCommerce to use the block-based checkout that many store builders or store owners, merchants aren't really aware is out there and what kind of benefits it has for WooCommerce stores. I know there are still some limitations on plugin compatibility, and we are continually working to improve that. But for many stores, it's an option and it's not being used. And the advantage is really just the conversion rates. If you look at the numbers, and these are numbers from WooCommerce, like WooCommerce sites that are shared with WooCommerce through the plugin, is that on mobile, 27% increase is seen in using the block checkout versus the shortcode, the old shortcode checkout. Most stores still use, and on desktop it's even 65%. So that is really, really a huge benefit. So yeah, block themes ship less load and are faster. And yeah, who doesn't want a fast store? It's very simple. Sorry, I have a little bit of a throat issue. I bought these. I mean, we are in Switzerland, so I bought these Ricola things, so I need to get one, sorry. I think I talked too much the last 2 days. I come prepared at least. So that's a good slide to stop for a little bit, because it's like I just want to give you the key takeaways for so far what we've been through, and then I show you some block theme store examples. Okay. I think we have to take the Q&A up to the WP Cafe. I'm taking longer than I thought. But so the key takeaways are easier to customize the theme, faster for shoppers, and then just future ready for WordPress and WooCommerce to come. So very simple reasons to check it out. I also want to show you 2 example sites that are block themes, custom block themes, so not themes you can download, but the special projects team at Automatic has built these sites on block themes for clients. One is the taika.co. You can check out the website, and they have the single product page, and they have the mini cart checkout, and they have the block checkout. So it's really cool site and really cool reviews. So taika.co, you can check this out. It's a really cool, fun site, and that it's a block theme. It's really powerful and fun looking. And another fun looking site is called helloyumi.com. Helloyumi.com. I can share the links later on. It also has the blog-based checkout. This is how it looks. You can customize the details of it. And yeah, just a fun store. You can check out these examples. My throat is really not working well out for me at the moment, so maybe it's good that we wrap it up. So yeah, summarizing it, I think block themes are more, and blogs are more than just an upgrade for your store. They are really a mindset shift. It's just modern WordPress is how I call it. It's just a different era. And while for many stores, maybe classic themes or page builder does still make sense, and there's no right or wrong for that. I wouldn't judge as long as we all use WordPress and WooCommerce. I think we're all like one big family, and it's not a competition. But it's you can try it out if it's a good solution for your store, and maybe you can get way further than you think. Or maybe you have tried out a block theme for WooCommerce 1 or 2 years ago and said, no, it's not working. What is that? We are coming a long way, and we need your help to make it better. We need your feedback. So I want to challenge you to try a WooCommerce block theme. Once we are out, the theme will be the Woo Starter theme will be released on WordPress.org. Give it a try. Let us know what you think, and let's build that together. Let's improve the things that we don't like yet. Let us know any Woo blocks that you think need improvements or are missing. It's really us coming together and building what we want to have, the software we want to have. And the cool thing with blocks is we can do it little by little and still see improvements, like having a slider option, having different style of elements that we don't have yet. I know it's still a basic experience, but if we share feedback and come together on that, we can really make it the best solution for websites and stores. And that should be WordPress and WooCommerce and nothing else from my perspective. So yeah, thank you for your time. I'm really cool that you all came out here. I know it's been a busy event. So I think, yeah, we don't have any time left for Q&A here, but I will go up to the WP Cafe and hang out there for everyone who wants to join me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ellen. Come next to me. Come next to me, please. Okay, I think we have just one question. We have time, sorry, for one question. If someone have question, you are the winner. The one that I saw. Can you please go there? From the WordCamp community. Okay, we are giving you this special gift.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I can swim in the Rhine with these. I learned that.
Thank you so much. Cool. And we are going to make you a question. Right time. Perfect.
We are taking a question?
Yeah, one question.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
Hi there, Ellen. Thanks a lot for your talk. Yeah, good to see you.
What's the ETA on the starter block theme? Because we've been hearing about it for a while, and I'd love to test it out. Is there a beta version, or is there something we can look at?
Yes, it is in a public GitHub repo, and I can share it in I think the WooCommerce community Slack is the best way. I will post something there.
That would be great.
And
Yeah.
then the release is planned with WooCommerce 10 because there were a few Woo blocks that were just blocking the release. So WooCommerce 10 comes out July 7th, and then we will submit the theme to WordPress.org to have it officially there and collect.
Is it going to be accessibility ready?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much for your
and
talk.
we really want all the feedback, the good, the bad, the anything, and also on the Woo blocks. Really, it's there for all of us. We need it. We need to work together.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Helen. And please, a big round of applause for her.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ellen is going to be upstairs, right, Ellen? So
Yes,
she's
I
going to
will
be
go right now.
answering in case you want to get close to her as well. Well, you are more than welcome. And please, some advices for tonight, bring your baggage. Don't let them in the house. Bring them. If not, you don't have party. Bring your budgets. And thank you so much. Please continue enjoying WordCamp Europe 2025. Hi everyone. How are you? Please give me some applauses, please. Wake up, wake up. Okay, this is our last talk of the afternoon, and it's a very special one. So I hope that you enjoy it and take advantage of it. Okay, I'm here to present John Miller. He is representing Switzerland, so he's a big fan of cheese, okay? Also, he loves to talk and share knowledge. That's very important. And also making things for the open web. And today he's here to help us to talk about myth busting and a Q&A session about appearing in Google search. Okay, this talk is about to be interactive. So it's gonna be open to make questions since the minute 3. Okay, we're gonna let John to introduce himself, but more questions, better. So please make questions. We are gonna have volunteers in this area with the mic and the other area. So, and also I'm gonna be passing the mic. So this is about you making this talk better. So please, a big round of applause to John. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, okay. I didn't think people would care about SEO at WordCamp. Okay, I'm not going to complain. Maybe just briefly about myself. I work at Google. I've worked at Google for, I think, over 17 years now, mostly in search, and my team tries to make it so that sites have it easier when it comes to search. So we would like to make it so that anyone who's making a website or who's making a website for other people has it easy to be successful through Google search. And that includes a lot of technical documentation and videos, and we work with the policies, we work with the Search Console team. We also work together with the SiteKit team. Who here has SiteKit on their site? Okay, good. Could be more. I don't know. Maybe I have to say something about like ranking factors or no. Sorry. Absolutely not. Sorry. But we work together with lots of teams that care about search, and we try to make it so that everyone has it easy with search. And I think for WordPress, that's pretty easy because by default, WordPress just kind of works for search, which makes me kind of wonder, like, what are you all trying to learn from here? Because it's like WordPress just works. But anyway, I have a lot of myths that I've collected. Some of these I collected through questions that people submitted. Some of them are more WordPress related. Some of them are more generic. So we'll see how we do. And for these myths, I need your help. So when I present a myth, I will ask, like, who thinks this is true? And you raise your hand. Can you raise your hand? Yeah, don't nod. It's like, yeah, okay. And I'll say, like, is it false? And then it's like, you raise your hand if you think it's false. It's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be hard. Like, afternoon on the second day, everyone is asleep. I'm so sorry. But I need your help. Otherwise, we will not get through this. Okay, first one. This one, I thought I would start with something easy. Like, Google doesn't crawl and index every URL on the web. What do you think? Is that true? Is it false? Some false. Okay. Does Google crawl and index every URL on your website? Yeah, does it? It does. Okay. Well, maybe you're the perfect SEO. Like, what are you doing here? So, it's okay. I mean, also, like, feel free to ask questions in between. Like, I have a bunch of these myths, but hopefully it gets the conversation started a little bit. So it's true. Like, Google does not crawl and index every URL on the web. We did an analysis a few years back, and we came up with the number 300 trillion URLs that we had seen. And one of the things that threw me off when I prepared for this talk is how much 300 trillion URLs is. And first, I learned that there is a short scale and a long scale of numbers. And 300 trillion that we're talking about is, of course, the American trillion, which is 10 to the power of 12. But in parts of Europe, they have 10 to the power of 18 for trillion. It's complicated, see? We're talking about the American trillion. And one way to think about this is if we printed out every one of these pages and made a pile of paper, that would lead all the way from Basel, from here, to the moon 70 times, over 70 times. So you can imagine, that's a lot of content, and storing all of that, even at Google scale, is going to be very hard. So it's very, very challenging to index everything. Some sites have almost an infinite number of pages. Some sites are just spam, so we don't actually index a lot of that. Some sites we don't know, like what we should do with all of this content, and sometimes we'll index a part of it, see how it goes, and maybe index a little bit more. Okay, next one. Broken HTML leads to broken SEO. Who thinks this is true? If you have broken HTML, it's bad for your SEO. Okay, some. Okay, are you all web designers? Okay. Who thinks it's false? Broken HTML does not lead to broken SEO. Okay, it's kind of mixed. I see a lot of people reserved, not quite sure, which is good, actually. So from a practical point of view, broken HTML does not automatically lead to broken SEO, which is, I think, kind of useful for all of the people who don't know how to validate their websites HTML. Who here has validated their home pages, websites HTML with a validator? Okay, looks like the people who said HTML has to be okay. That's fine. I think validating the HTML on your homepage is something you should probably do, even if it's not like a top ranking factor or top SEO thing, but just to give you a sense of like how valid is this what I'm actually providing, or if you're working with clients, like how valid is what you've actually created. One of the original webmasters at Google, Jens Meyert, he's from Germany. He regularly does analysis to see like how many of the websites that are out there are actually valid HTML. And he really appreciates his craft, making good, valid HTML pages. And he determined in 2024, 0.5% of the top 200 sites actually have a valid HTML homepage. And if you think about it, 0.5%, that is one website that has valid HTML on their homepage, like not even looking at the other pages, which is kind of crazy. It's like top 200 sites, I'm sure they're doing fairly well in search, but only one of these has valid HTML. So, but I also have one more thing that will throw you off. In SEO, I don't know if you've heard the phrase, it depends. When it comes to SEO, okay, some people are kind of grinning, but a lot of times when people ask me questions about SEO, I'm like, well, it depends. And then they say, oh, John doesn't know what he's talking about. But a lot of questions around SEO do have an answer that is, it depends, just purely because there's so many different things that can play a role here. And with broken HTML, that's the same as well. It can be broken in ways where it's like technically broken, but it's still all kind of functioning well. Or it can be broken in ways that is really, really broken. And in particular, metadata that we have on top of a page, like a meta tag, or if you have structured data with JSON, JavaScript within a page, all of these things have to be technically readable so that our systems can process them. And if your HTML is broken in a way that these things don't work, then of course, like we can't take those into account, and you kind of lose any SEO effect from there. So my takeaway here with regards to broken HTML is, on the one hand, don't panic if your HTML is broken. But on the other hand, also like from time to time, use an HTML validator just to see how broken is it. Is it something that you can fix? Is it something that maybe a plugin that you installed broke that's maybe easy to fix or not? OK. This is a little bit more SEO type, I guess. The text on my pages is unique, complete, and correct. Therefore, my site is of high quality. What do you think? Yes. Like, yes, text is complete. Oh, OK. Like, handful, very few. Do you think this is false? OK. Wow, OK. That's nice. I think a lot of people care about the quality of the text, but it's also, when it comes to websites, the quality, at least from Google's point of view, from a search engine, is a lot more than just the text in an article that you have. So it's something where a lot of people come to me and it's like, well, my site is not ranking as well as this other site, but I have the correct text on my page. And when it comes to search engines, we look at more than just the text on the page. We try to look at the site overall, like is the site overall of high quality? And also when we think about the text on a page, we try to figure out like, well, is there anything unique and valuable on this page? Like it might be all technically correct and valid content, but if everyone else has the same information, then that's kind of like you don't have anything special that makes you stand out. And on the one hand, this applies to one page that maybe like is not ranking as well as you wanted, but it also applies to the website overall. And this is something where I think, especially in the age of AI and SEO, it's worth thinking about this, where if the bulk of your content is something that is more like commodity content, and you don't have anything that really stands out, it doesn't matter if the text is correct on your pages. Like, it really has to provide value overall when it comes to search. OK. What about this one? WordPress plugins, they can't break my SEO. What do you think? True? OK. Who here is a plugin developer? False? OK. Good. Wow. OK. You all are good. I don't know why I'm presenting for you. It's like, you know everything. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And again, if you have any questions along the way, feel free to like stand up or raise your hand, and then we can kind of talk through some more details there. Especially when it comes to WordPress or bigger CMS systems in general, if you have a plugin, of course it can change the way that your website is presented. And it can be something that can work in your favor with regards to SEO, and it can be something that breaks everything for SEO. So you can install a plugin that basically breaks the HTML on your pages, and then maybe like that will be bad for SEO. Or you can have a plugin that turns everything into something like, I don't know, a Flash-based website. And of course, that makes things more complicated too. Like, I hope nobody has a Flash-based website here. No? OK. Because that would be an awkward discussion. OK. Core Web Vitals. I was yesterday in a talk about Core Web Vitals, and I thought it was really fantastic. Who here cares about Core Web Vitals? OK, good, good. Good Core Web Vitals score helps with core updates. What do you think? Yes? OK, some? No? OK, and a lot of people undecided, which is also interesting. So I think... So the answer is no. But I think what is kind of confusing, or what I see people getting confused by sometimes, is just the name. Like Core Web Vitals and Core Updates sounds like it might be related, but it's very different. So you shouldn't mix those together. But at the same time, I could also present this as it depends, because of course, some of these vitals do play a role in SEO and are things that we do watch out for. In particular, when you think about things like LCP, largest contentful paint, it's something that, on the one hand, it's like the time that it takes to load a page is not super problematic with regards to SEO, but it kind of aligns with pages that tend to have a lot of clutter on them, with lots of different ads or lots of big images that are blocking the main content on the page. And then it's more that it's like, well, it's similar, but it's not directly related to kind of a ranking aspect. But it is also something, when you think about Core Web Vitals, it's something that plays a big role for users. And they will stay longer on your website. They will do more things on your website if you have a website that is kind of performant when it comes to kind of like interactiveness with the browser. Okay, changing my theme can boost my SEO. What do you think? Yes. You install the SEO Power theme and everything will go up. Yes? No? Also kind of mixed, a little bit more yes, or maybe everyone is asleep. Okay. What about just raising your hand? Okay, I see kind of like the baseline. Okay, so who here has an SEO powerful theme installed? A theme that is good for SEO. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Oh no, the clicker doesn't work. Oh, here we go. Yes. Okay, so it can boost your SEO. I think, of course, I phrase it in a way to make it a little bit more, I don't know, click-worthy. But it is true that when you install a theme, of course, that changes how your website is presented. And if you work for clients, then there are some themes that work very well for SEO and some themes maybe that don't work so well. And of course, that can have a big effect on what Google thinks with regards to your website. Okay, let's see. Using the indexing API for my blog is fine. So I know some plugins use the indexing API. Do you know, like who here knows what the indexing API is? Yes. Sends the pages to Google's indexing. Do you think using the indexing API is fine for my blog? Some people? Okay. What about no? Not a lot. Okay. It's like very unconvinced. Everyone's like, John is just trying to trick us all the time. I'm sorry. So actually, the indexing API is only for job postings or live broadcasts. And most WordPress sites, I imagine, are not job posting sites or live broadcast sites. Of course, like I'm sure there are some, but most of these don't fall into these categories. And this is something where, of course, if you create an API like this and you call it indexing API from Google, then a lot of people will be like, well, I want my pages indexed too, and they'll try to use it. But actually, it's not really meant for this, and it's something where the people who are running the API, they also watch out for this kind of abuse, and they try to filter it out. So of course you can use it, but if it has no effect, then you're kind of wasting your time doing things that you don't need to do. Okay, let's see. JavaScript. Okay, another one of those topics that I think is sometimes controversial. I suspect in the WordPress world, JavaScript sites, JavaScript frameworks are less of a topic. Is that correct? Or do people work with JavaScript sites? Anyone? JavaScript? Handful of developers in the back? Of course, in the back. Paying attention and making JavaScript. Okay, is it true? JavaScript sites now just work for SEO? Yes. People are unconvinced, like half raising their hand. Okay, false. JavaScript is evil, right? Okay, that got developers to raise their hand. I'm sorry. Okay, well, here's another. It depends. we've done a lot of work to make JavaScript sites just work for SEO for the most part. But obviously, there are lots of ways that you can break things. And it's something that we run across every now and then, not a lot, thankfully. But it still happens that we run across a site that uses like the hash fragment with some kind of URL slug at the end that kind of loads the content. Or what is harder to recognize is when a JavaScript site loads the content using an API, and the API is blocked by robots.txt, which means when we try to render the page, we can load the HTML, we can load the JavaScript, but we can't actually load the content itself because it's blocked through robots.txt. And this happens every now and then. You can test your site to see if it is renderable or not. So there are lots of things that you can do nowadays, but it is something where sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and it's important to watch out for kind of these patterns around JavaScript sites. Okay. All right, so we talked about SiteKit, but adding Google plugins or Google code is always unproblematic for SEO. It's like, that's hopeful. Okay, I don't know if that works from a technical point of view. Hope, but sometimes. I mean, Google engineers are fantastic, right? It's like surely, like if they work for the company that makes a search engine, then surely everything they do will always just work for SEO, right? Okay, Google plugins always unproblematic. Yes. Google plugins. Oh my. Okay. Okay. If people have questions, like feel free to come up. I mean, I have a lot of these prepared that we can go through, but also it's like this is your chance to get questions answered. Oh, okay. So Google engineers are fantastic, but they don't all know SEO. I'm sorry. And we see this regularly within Google sites, like they don't perform that well with regards to SEO. We also can't give them advice with regards to SEO. So when someone from Google runs a public site, they have to go post in the public forums, like everyone else. And the other part is, of course, you can overdo it with all of this Google code as well, where it's like you can add like all of these different scripts for AdSense and Tag Manager and whatever on your page, and you can like add a lot of load that just makes things break, even if individual parts might be okay. Okay, let's start with a question.
Okay, hi. Why should a reasonably literate internet user prefer proprietary secret technology over open source technology?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm not sure like what you're referring to. Maybe first of all, it's like, are you talking about like Google search engine is proprietary or like web pages proprietary?
Open source is a development in the modern era. Two precursors of open source were developed here in Europe, the Scientific Revolution and the Protestant Reformation. They both rely heavily on the transparency of publication. Today, it's not only languages like English and HTML, but also technologies such as publishing and government that play a significant role.
Okay. I don't really know which
the question is, why should a reasonably literate internet user prefer proprietary secret technology over open source technology? It's a proprietary secret technology Or is it, what is Google exactly again?
It's a big company. I mean, there are lots of different parts of Google. So it sounds to me like something which probably would make sense to discuss in person, where I can kind of like understand a little bit more.
I'm very happy to go into more detail this evening, maybe, with anyone. What detail sounds like I have all the answers. I don't have all the answers, but I think open source is a good technology.
I generally agree, yes. Okay. Oh, wow, questions are coming. Great. Everywhere.
Should I start? It will be me first? Okay. Now, I'll try to make a question more simple for you, at least, let's hope. I want to ask a question. I have already an answer on this, but I will be curious to know, again, it's still an opinion. So, speaking with other people that have websites in this, in this era, in this AI era, many people are wondering, but why we should, what is the value of a website when you have like an AI overview before that? So because many people are worried that actually the sites are not anymore viewed due to the things. I don't think it's really a problem, but I was curious to understand what do you think about it. Thank you.
Now, I generally agree with you. I think things are shifting, of course, because with all of these AI technologies, with these generative technologies, it's different in search. It's different in some of these AI tools as well with regards to getting some information. But for the most part, I find that the value of a website continues to be there if it provides value to the web overall. And that's something where if you have, for example, any service that you're offering, if you have any products that you're selling, if you have subscriptions that you're selling, if you're doing anything that provides value past just a handful of words on your pages, then people will need to go to your pages to get that information. If someone wants to buy a t-shirt, like no AI answer is going to satisfy them. It's like, here's how you can make your own t-shirt. And like that's not what they're looking for. They want to go to a website where they can actually buy something. And they want to go to a website that they can trust. Where I think some kinds of websites that offer information that is all commodity content, where if you're just like taking a word and you're like, oh, I will research this for 2 hours and I will write an article with 300 to 400 words on it and I will publish it. Like all of this information, if you're researching it for 2 hours, then that's information that already exists on the web. And some of that is maybe fine to kind of like add to an existing website. But if your whole website is filled with information that is essentially compiled from research that you've created for 2 or 3 hours, then all of you know, like when you use ChatGPT or some of these other tools, like it provides similar information. And this is especially the case if all of your website is created with these tools already. So if some AI system is creating like this blog post on this new topic that you're thinking about, then of course the AI system can take this information that it can already generate and say, well, I can give you a short version of this too. So that's something where I think if you're working to really provide something of unique value to the web, then that will continue to be valuable. Whereas if you're just publishing things so that you have, I don't know, 1,000 articles, which each 400 or 500 words on them, then I don't know what the actual value of that might be.
One maybe additional question to that, like on the topic of myths, is there something in addition that we can do on our websites to make it into the AI overviews, or is it like the same SEO measures that you would normally do, or can you clarify on that?
Yeah. We recently published an article and a blog post on what you need to do to get into AI overviews and AI mode, and the answer is nothing. And I think some people were unhappy about that answer because they expected like you have to do something special. But from our side, when I work together with our engineers, a lot of this is we want to work with the web as it is. We want to make sure that whatever people are publishing on the open web, using WordPress, using any other platform, that just works for search, that people don't have to do something special. So that's essentially why we worked really hard to make sure that you don't have to do anything to be visible in these kind of new features, apart from being indexable and, of course, being available on the open web with the content. So that's kind of our answer there. I think like when you talk with SEOs, sometimes they will say, well, you have to build out a topic cluster, or you have to do something special with embeddings. And of course, these are things that you can do to improve on marketing and making sure that your website has value in a broad way. But from a technical point of view, you don't need to do anything.
Hi, John.
Okay.
We are
running out of time.
We are running out of time. Big round of applause to John, please. John, come here, come here. Okay, thank you so much, John. From the WordCamp Europe 2025, we are giving you this special gift.
Thank you.
And thank you so much to everyone who attends this talk. Actually, you're going to be here.
Yes.
If someone
I'll be
want
here,
to get close to John, you are more than welcome. And we are going to have a... Well, you can go now, John.
Okay.
No, you can... In case you...
Bye.
Guys, we're going to have networking session, 1 hour. And remember tonight, bring your budget, please. No budget, no party. So thank you. Big round of applause for you. And have the best time. See you around, guys. You can have...
Can I do questions here? Or
Yeah, you can have...